Hi, welcome to Bunny Designs. It's a live show recorded for YouTube, but thanks for watching on YouTube if you're watching it at your leisure. I've had a bit of a planner moment, and I decided that I would try, because we've got a lot of time, to go back to a Hobonichi that I made quite a few years ago now. And I made it with layout paper, which is quite thin, and also squared paper from an ordinary file. It's got holes in it, so you can put it in a binder. And the binder cost me a couple of pounds paper, and the layout paper has made quite a few books, and I've still got probably more than half left. And it was a size A2 layout paper, and it was about £18, but I've had that a long time and I still got tons left. And with that, I've brought out this kind of doodly sketchbook, and realized that I kind of, now with a lot of time, I've got time to do this. This was my only attempt at Hobonichi, which failed abysmally, and it was Valentine's Day 2015. But it did work. When I used to go to model railway shows, I just had my my pen, my rotring pen from and a little book of watercolors, and also I did have, which I put somewhere and cannot find it for the life of me, an A4 stencil, which basically has these shapes in it, but it's in an A4, so it sat quite nicely in the cover that I made with the pocket. So I brought this out to have a kind of a definite play, just doodle shapes. But that gave me another idea that I'd like now, because we have a lot of time on our hands, to really have another look at the Hobonichi style, and I quite liked it. So I made this one first. I'll do them in order, and then you can see the logic behind having so many. This is the one that I made last week, I think. And this one is my 1,200 pages. And this I wanted to use as a Hobonichi, but I had a bit of a think that I really didn't want to do that. I wanted to do it as a page a day, but it's a drawing page, it's a creative page, it's a positive page. So this particular, I also use that as in my other one as well. So I'm using it as a creative page per day, and there's 1,200, and again I use the same stitching system. Sorry, I've just made myself a gorgeous cup of tea with a spoon of sugar in it. So it's got the lined paper, or squared paper, beg your pardon, and then it has the layout paper, which is very similar to the Japanese Hobonichi. It's very, very thin. So I kind of went a bit mad. I think there's 20 signatures. I ended up with 1,200 pages. So I thought that would give me a real good start. I did make a lovely cover for it and a cover on cover, but I then looked at one of my Franklin Covey ring binders, because this has got a zip round, and this had a 2-inch ring binder system, and the width of my Hobonichi, faux Hobonichi, was the same width. So I thought, well, if I took the ring out, which I did have to snap it off, and it made 2 holes, but you can't see them because, of course, the with the Hobonichi style, the back of it's in that one and the back of it's gone into there. This has also created a pocket, and then I found my 3 metal stencils. I think I've got 5 altogether, but I can't find the others. So I've got a swan and a baby, a butterfly, and dragonflies. And I've done a couple of pages, but I haven't coloured them in. And with this system is going to be a watercolour set, which is just my Derwent watercolour pencils. And that will go in here as well. And that will be a complete set, and it does fit. Take that out. I'm using this as a backing at the minute because it gives a really nice edge. So that's the creative 1 page a day, which doesn't take long, and you can draw 1 or 2 pages out and then just color them on that day. And as I say, that's the Franklin Covey thing, and I just love the fact that I could take this outside when the weather gets nice, sit in the garden, and I can take that with me. So that brought me on to looking at the A6 Hobonichi, and I kind of fancy doing an A6. No, I didn't. I'll go to this one. No, I'll put that one last. So this one, again, I've been looking for lettering, stencils that will fit in here. I've used the Filofax rulers, so we have straight lines. And I've actually put, instead of putting the day in here, I've actually made, this is just in a little plastic wallet that I found. I think it's a, drop my little. Oh, hi, Sanpat. Welcome to Bunny's Designs. Oh, when you drop something down there, you can't get it back. So I've found my little Bible journal magnets. I've gone around a lot of my stuff and found loads of things that I like. I've used these polyviews, which I've used the middles of, and I've just got the plastic edges. These make quite nice to go as a backing, so that we've got a really nice edge. And the nicest thing is I thought I'd make it with all layout paper. So there's 800 pages, and that's just to practice. That's just to practice the pens. This is 800 pages. I think there's 20 signatures here. There's 20 signatures, and I think they've got 20 pages in each, or they've got 25. I can't remember now. And it's all layout paper because I thought I kind of like the idea of actually using it as a Hobonichi, as a planner. So I've got to color in some of these. I've got my April, and because I've got April like this, I wanted to do a habit checker, and I've actually brought out a stamp that I bought a long time ago, and I haven't never used it. So I've also got a Tim Holtz vintage photo, and I've also found another stamp pad which is purple. So I thought this little pencil case here I would use in my Hobonichi to stamp the date, because it's a bit small to be writing it every time. So I thought I'll just stamp the date at the top, and then put little notes. I made porridge for Nigel and Amy and myself in my multi-cooker, so I felt a bit good. When I said I made porridge, I poured water and porridge in a pot, stirred it and turned it on. But it made me feel good, because normally I can't cook, and I certainly can't stir things with the porridge. But this multi-cooker that I bought from Wilko's actually is quite a good little cooker, even though it was quite cheap. So I'm using the stamp, which makes it easier for me, and then I'm just doing a timeline, and then that'll be just like things I want to do. So where I've slept, and I wake up about 10 because I'm up till sometimes 2 and 4 in the morning, I put the sleep here, and then that can be the day, what I want to do that day, and then this is what I've got to do. So this is what I want to do, and this is what I've done. So I fill that in a bit later. It's evolving as I'm evolving, but I like the idea that I can actually have a real real Hobonichi And if I want some shapes, I've got one there. I might take that out of there because I use this square. I've made somewhere there is a miniature one of these, and it was in a pocket a second ago. I don't know what I've done with it now. It was in a pocket. I've also got things from my pocket Midori, because the pocket Filofax, to put little things in and put that into here. I don't think it'll go in that one, but I think it'll go in that one. So I've looked about for things that I want to use in it and repurpose things. And I do have a pen loop, but I do like my rotary pen in here. It's quite nice, but I am looking at other pens as I go along. So love the fact that I've got an A6. Now this will be my planner when we start to go out and do other things. So the big one is for colouring for a particular day and be creative, but this one is also going to be used when I get out. I feel a bit like a prisoner, so when I get out. But then I thought, well, hang on a minute, we love this system, and I've just found, and what I did with this one is I put the year on it. So on the, I've got all the last 6 months, and December, October, November, and December are on the other side. And then on this side, I've got it as a plan, as gosh, brain won't work now. Because this is made of all layout paper, I obviously needed the squares to follow, and it was a bit thin when you can see that one, but you can definitely see this one. So I put that underneath, and then I use the squares, and I use the Bible little metal magnets to hold it in. Now, if that one goes in that one, does that go in that one? I've got two in there. So I've got two ones today's, and I'm quite decided how it's going to work out. So that's my Hobonichi, and I probably will use it and use it as the pages of a Hobonichi when we get out. But at the moment, because I'm not doing anything, it's not doing too much. It's just general chit chat. And my friend sent me an Easter card, and I don't have any stamps, so I'm going to see if I can get some stamps and send. She sent me a beautiful Easter card, so that's in there as well. And I love the fact that this particular file was a Filofax, and again I pulled the gubbins out of the middle of it. There's a very quick video how I did that. Oh, just found my just let me just bob those back in there, because this is one that I'm going to use every day, and everything fits in there, and there is room for a pen as well. So I thought, yes, that's okay, but I didn't want to encourage people to go out and buy either a colour book or a Hobonichi. Nothing against Hobonichis, but I'd like to do it on a cheaper version. So I certainly couldn't afford an A5. So again, I found this folder. Now, it was immaculate until Bungle decided he'd like to use it as a Chewy. So all this damage is Bungle because it was in the conservatory. So the black cat's in the doghouse. But I did love this, and I thought, I'm never going to use it. So it's a Swarovski planner components, made with Swarovski components. And as you see, Bungle's had a bit of a chew of it, but it has a pen loop, and it has a tie, and it also has a pocket at this side and a pocket at the other side. And the nicest thing is I can get my two favorite stencils, and then my hubby found this from the Rotring. It goes on the top of a Rotring pen set, but it has triangles and circles on it, and I thought, oh, I could use that. So that's in there as well. These are the original binders, and there's 12. So I think I'm going to cover these with 1 to 12, or probably not now. It's April, May, June, July, and take us into next year. This is the one that I made last week from a bit of cheap plastic. And again, I've used I've used photocopy paper this time. So I've got a sheet of this squared paper, which was £1.99. You can get that from the supermarkets or from a good stationeries, and I think you can still get them at the supermarkets. So I've got a sheet of lined, and then I've got a sheet of photocopy paper, a sheet of lined, a sheet of photocopy paper, a sheet of lined, a sheet of photocopy paper. And again, I've used that same thing of plastic. This is from the Fauxbonochis A5, and it fits perfectly. So that can go on here. And then I have a pocket as well. So I haven't quite got organized yet, but it's getting there. I've got certain things that just need tweaking. My fingers don't work very well, so it's difficult for me to hold these. And the reason I'm using these magnets is that when I want to put the lines on here, this is photocopy paper. It will show through. You can just see it. But I need it to be, oh, that's probably why. There we go, we can see it now. I need them to be steady so that I can draw the lines across or get these in the right order. So this is again the time. So this is the time. So this is what I did over the weekend. I had a sore throat, wasn't particularly brilliant. So I've read about what I was doing. Again, I slept here, so I put sleep, which is something I've never done. I've got the day, so I want it to be very similar to a Hobonichi, and it will evolve, because at first I was making this. I decided not to do a monthly one, a weekly one, because I've got all these. And I've also got a repurposed these. I bought these for the girls. I obviously bought my daughter a green one, I bought my other daughter a blue one, and I had a black one. And they've all come back to me because they don't use them. I bought them a few years ago when they were at school. So I've whittled it down to my favorite things. So I've got a stencil that I found. I've got a very tiny, this also goes with my other Hobonichi, this one, the A6, sorry. So this has got some really tiny little marks on it. So that's in there as well. I've got some stickers. I'm going to photocopy some of the other stickers that I want. It has a pocket here that I will put some loose stickers that I make. I've only found 3 of one sort and 3 of another, and these are metallic markers. Now the gold one is quite strong. It doesn't say, it said acid-free, non-toxic, permanent, 1.2 millimeter Dove Crafts. I don't know where I've got them from. I've got a pencil, and then I've got these just metallic markers I must have bought for the children. Some little tags which I've not used yet, some little sticky things, some refill pen things. I've got my rotary pen, and that wants ink in it because there's one here, and there's my 0.5 favorite pencil, my Derwent water brush, and some ball pens from colored ones that are quite fine. And that's my little set. I can manage just with this, so that's quite nice. And that allows me to, these are a little bit metallic, so I can almost stay with, there's a bit of tweaking, but I can almost stay with the Hobonichi. And again, when I start going out, this is my A5 planner. So I'm going to have a doodle creative one that I don't use every day. Oh, hi Darla, welcome to Bunny Designs. Happy Monday. I've got my A5, which I will be using, Hobonichi, but this is the one that I made for a couple of pounds. It's got, as I say, this lined paper that you buy for a refill. It's A4, fold it in half, and it makes an A5. And then I've got photocopy paper, just photocopy paper. Now this one is actually a bit thicker. If you had a thinner one, and again, this one I've tested, so they show through, but they don't go through. The same with this paper here, which is a bit thinner. So that makes me think this is the thicker photo paper, but it works with ordinary paper. I got a food delivery from Asda, so I have to praise Asda. Been trying to get food for a month, couldn't do it. Got one, and it had to wait 2 weeks, but I was quite happy with that to save hubby going out. So I played with my Hobonichi planners and my pencil cases on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday I binged watched Columbo, and we had the Queen's speech. So I've drawn those in again with my stencils, which I'm going to keep in this file folder here. But of course, this isn't a planner. It's a ring binder. So I thought I'd do this live. Be careful. I've also got a prayer card, a smaller prayer card, and this is quite an old little calendar thing, but it's a nice square with nice rounded edges. An old, I don't think that's old actually. I've got my not last year Christmas, the Christmas before, my sister-in-law's for Christmas got me Elizabeth, Laura Ashley, some Laura Ashley vouchers for Christmas. I think I've lost those. And then that's my little Star Trek thing that it's all, I've hidden them all. When you went to the Star Trek convention, they snapped holes in it. So I thought I'd get them out because I can use them and also I can see them, but they are safe. So I've also found this, obviously a bookmark, because we sponsor dogs, apart from the ones that we've already rescued, and that barking one is not mine. In this set of the in this tin here that's quite rusty and smelly inside, I found the thing. That's where it is. I've taken them all out and washed them, and I saw something else in a minute ago. I'll come to this another time, but that needs to be stuck on there. And that's my color picker, so I know that's there. Ready, found it. So those are things I've put together. I bob things about because I've lost the top of this pen. So anything that's kind of wants to go away, but it needs something to go with it, I put under here. So I don't know what I'm going to do with these ring binders, but I think I'll dump them in the caravan, because these will go in here eventually. So now I have the task, and you can see how I made this. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There's 12 signatures, and I think I did this one live. I think there's a video on this. I've also pulled out some A5 dividers, and of course, if you cut them down a bit, but in here they'll be fine because there's a big gap. So if they were too big, you just have to cut them down a bit. So lots of things can be repurposed. I'm going to try and cover the edges of this at some point, because, as I say, delightful little Bungle, who's the black kitten, has had a bit of a field day with it. He's been chewing it. But I've loved this for a long time and not been able to use it because it's a ring binder. So my idea is I was going to cut that off, but I think I'm going to keep it, and I'm just going to cover it in something. Hopefully a bit of washi tape might do. I don't think washi tape will go around here, but I might just be able to save this. I can take it off. It's in a bit of a state. I don't think that's wide enough, but if I did 2 and then tucked it in, now it's going to be a bit of a faffy job. That is going to be a bit of a faffy job, that. But I think I can save that. Because the other thing I've found is a nice ink pen. I've got this little set here, which came with the Bible pages. So that's the pen that came, and these. So you know that this pen is not going to go through your pages because it won't go through a Bible page. I've got a little triangle because I found that. I think it's for sewing. I think I've got lots of shapes, actually. I must find them because there's hexagonals. It's a quilting set. So again, you can repurpose things. I bought this to go in there, and then these pencils. obviously don't go through the fine paper. And the beauty of this is that I can put this over something and it will stay. So that's that one. Now, the other thing is, I said I was going to go, I'll come back to this in a second. I was going to go back into my Midori. I do like journaling at night, but I want these to be quite neat, because Hobonichi is neat. And when you're tired and you're, sorry guys, this dog's at the back all day. When you're really tired, oh, I leave those out. I got those out for the girls, but it's the typewriter one, so I might just keep that to go in here. When you're tired, I write lots of notes when I go to bed, and I write things I want to do tomorrow, and it's a bit of a brain dump. And I love my Midori. So I had a folder, and it is about somewhere here. And it has all my postcards in that I got when I was a little girl. I've got thousands about, and some photographs. But it's broken here, and it had the lid over with the plastic. It had an elastic plastic that went over, so that lid went onto there like that. And then there was an elastic. That loop had an elastic round it. Well, I needed an elastic for my Hobonichi. Oh gosh, sorry guys, for my Midori. And guess what? It works perfectly, and it was such easy to put in, because all it is, it has the little metal things in here, and it's quite stiff as this. Now it's a little bit too long, but rather than mess about with these, I took that in there. I've got my little, I stuck this in not thinking it would stick, and it's stuck. I've got some labels here, and if I keep everything flat, it's not too bad. That goes in there. Those pens don't go in there, actually. I was hoping to use those pens. I might go back to those. I've got a writing pen, and I've got this ink pen that I covered last week, and actually I really like writing with it. I've been practicing. I had a red pen, and I don't know where that is. They must have fallen out. I have a red one, so that's this one, and then I had a thin red one. It must have fallen out somewhere. And instead of making another one of these, I've just turned it round. So if you look at this is my old one, and I flipped it round, and I'm going, because I've got quite a few empty pages, not many. These can be rough rather, but I've got a week or so's here, and then when I come to the end of it, I can make a new one. So I've put the little oh dear, the words today, guys. I had that on the front, so I decided to put it on here. I've rounded, not very well, but I've rounded the square cut corners. This was the original, and that means that it's squishy on one side, but it's really flat on the other. Now I'm slowly trying to get it to go back, because it's got a memory, but eventually it will go flat, and that sits in here. I've had these for years, never used them, so I've stuck those in. I have a pen loop to stick in as well. I've always been frightened of doing things permanently, but I've decided now I have to do things like this. So I've got, again, the A5 Filofax fits perfectly well in here, and I've got the just one simple thing on here. Now I will be writing in this, so again I do the very simple calendar index, the bullet journal, and then the things I want to do in April, and the April calendar. And then I don't normally do a Monday, Tuesday, and I forgot about that, because I don't like to waste the space. So today, when I do it tonight, I will draw a line across, and I'll just use this of what I want to get done tomorrow, what I don't do today. So if you do that, you've wasted this page or half a page, and I don't like to. So bullet journaling what you can do is you would do your tasks and then maybe do some more. This is not a journal. This is my definitely things to do, and I can do that at night. And I love it. I love my Midori, and that's a very simple system to use. And that ink pen is just a bit. I've got to find this red pen. I don't know what I've done with this red pen. It's quite a fine pen. Anyway, so that's my bedtime brain dump organizer for the next day. But it doesn't matter that it's kind of a bit kind of rough and ready. It's a bullet journal system. I love the system, but the reason I want to do this is I want to be neater, and this is more of a to look back on. These, when I finish with these pages, they get destroyed because again it's the photo file paper. Cost me a couple of pounds, and they'll last about well over a year, 2 years if you're using this system. And there's a very simple way to cut the paper as well. So I might do a video on how to do that. So there are my planners at the minute. In here I've got some Bibles journaling in here, and some cards to do my washi tape, a few pens, and I wondered if that little red pen's in there, a pair of scissors and my washi tape and little stickers, so, and clips. So in here, oh, and that's what I wanted as well. So I found these little clear stamps, and I also found, which fell down here, a little block. So I think I might put this system in, and then I can do a little bit of stamping as well, especially now I found these little stamps, Dovecraft. Oh, I wonder if they came with that. It's a stamp set. I wonder if it came with those pens from Dovecraft. So that would be Hobbycraft then. There's no letters with, there's no numbers with them, but there's letters. But they're like the typewriters, the old typewriters. So my daughter asked if I bought about 6 of those. So I've got some more. So I've got a little bit of a stamping set going on there. Because as I say, I'm sure when we get out and about, my Midori, my Fauxbonochis will be kind of more of a planner, if that makes any sense. Sorry guys, the throat's a bit iffy. So that's my spillover. This is my main planner, and I can live with not opening it, but I do like this bit of color in here. And again, it makes me neater because I'm a bit of a scruffy girl. I'm a very untidy girl, and I don't like this particularly, but I do like this. So I might take this, and because I didn't have that, I made this last night when I was in bed, so I repurposed it rather than turned it round. I might make this a little bit neater because I don't like my writing, especially I've just have difficulty writing with the hand. So I think I might just make this again more of a diary, kind of what the Hobonichi is all about, which is a visual diary, but it'll be a bit neater. I kind of like the layout, but I think that might change. It depends. And I've got to put what I did on Wednesday. I did stream and I forgot what I was doing, so I was making the planners, I think. So it's all about planners, Hobonichi planners and cases and things. But that's quite good because this will tell me when I started to play with planners. So the job to do now, I've got to find that little red pen because it's quite fine actually. I don't know where I put it. It may have fallen out because I did have it on by the bedroom. I found another couple of pens that I really like, but I don't have any refills for this, and so I'm trying to get refills, which is not working at the minute. I do love these markers. Now I do have, where these came from are the Derwent sketchbook and the Derwent journal book. So when I've got the confidence with that, I shall revert back to the Derwent ones, and it's a dot graph. Sorry, the voice is a bit croaky. So the first thing we have to do with this is make it into a Fauxbonochis. So I found lots of little things. I thought, actually, there's a paperclip. I can make quite a few other things as well. So I'm going to take everything out. Now, this is not going to be pretty, guys. And do be careful. The only way I find to do it is to see. Now, I think there is one underneath, and it's not going to come out because there's no hole at the back here. Oopsie. So the first thing I had was I have a pair of tweezers, but I don't want to damage them. Aha. Not sure quite what this is, but it's quite heavy. I'm not using it that way. I'm putting it in. Ooh, if I can get it in. Aha, it's quite thin. Right, and we'll move it up. Now, again, I've not done this, so, and what I'm doing is turning it to bend something, and now we can see a bit of what's going on. You need to be able to see what's going on. Now, hopefully, it's just that one and that one, which it is. Again, guys, be careful. It's not easy to do this, and I'm only doing it because I won't use this as a file because I can't always open them up. So I definitely will not be using it. And I want it for that fake Fauxbonochis. Now, this is going to be a bit of a cow. This one, it's not going to do what I want it to do. Again, my hands are really bad. We've made a bit of a dent. If we do this, we can get this baby in now. Now, probably got better tools downstairs, and hubby would probably do it for me if I asked him. But again, just, you see what we're doing, we're prizing it. Try and do it like that so you can see. Now, my hands are really bad, so I just have to prize it. Just twist it carefully. And then once you get one off, you can see how it's made. I think it's going to damage the fake leather, the faux leather, but you can see it's slowly coming. So what I'm going to do now is do that. So one end is still together, but there is a big gap there. You could see, we know that that's going to be metal, and it's going to make a big hole. Now, two things are going to happen. One is I don't care because it's not really going to do anything as such, because we are going to be putting the back, it's not going to be seen. And if you can live with that, there we go, pop that one off. And now I've got a big problem because it is, oopsie. Now this is quite old, it's quite old. So again, use this for leverage really in here. And it doesn't take much, as I said, I've got really poorly hands. It does not take much for this. You can see now I've managed to do this end as well, so I can get this in here. And I've got really poorly hands, so try not to damage the material, but you know, we can live with that because now this is broken. This particular set of pliers is actually broken. And I'm twisting it. So it's in there, and I'm using the fact that there's metal underneath. And if you nip it, it might do it as well. because I'm trying to get it to pop off rather than poke through. Now with the Covey, the Franklin Covey one, it popped out, it popped through. Oopsie. So we've popped it out. Now the problem we have is, and I know this, I can feel it, is when I took the other one out of this one here, it had a hole down here and it had a hole down the back there. And because it had that hole, I could manipulate this out. So here, this is an A6, this is an A5. We have one of these in here. And what I need to do is I've got a choice. I can cut it and pull it out, which I think I might do because I'm only bothered about the outside. But before I do that, let's just say, so I don't know what I'm going to do with these guys. There will be something. Oh, I just had a thought. I just had a thought. Now, that one doesn't have anything sharp. And if I can pull this one out, let's pull this one out. Oopsie. And again, wear glasses, or for goodness sake, be careful because it's all sharp. I've just had a thought. Oh, why don't I use my brain? Just thought it might hold all my washi tape. It might not work, guys. It might be too bulky, but you never know. No, it won't stay open. Why won't it stay open? Not sure. What I was hoping for was, it's all over and I can't see what I've got. And a lot of this was in the Bible journaling. I'd love lots of washi tape, but again, it's an obsession I didn't want to start because I don't use it. Now I can't use it in the A4. Got a little diddy one there. Look. I can't use it. I've never see all these little tiny ones in here. I think these were in a little set or something. So I bought a few bits of washi tape, but the problem I have is the I can use them in this one, but I can't use them in the A4 because it's too small. There's not a lot of room in here. So if I remember what happens to your Fauxbonochis, they double in size. So this is just going to be using the pens and the pencils because it's only just holding. It would not shut if I decided to put washi tape in it because it would be double. And if you've seen all the Fauxbonochis and Fauxbonochis videos, you know they get bigger. They get fatter rather. So if I'm not sure if I want that one on there because I use this for washi tape to make my own washi tape, but I think they'll go on here. It's going to be again a fiddly job, but they're all going to be on here, and then I'm not trying to find them, so I'll put the thinner ones on here. Just take stronger fingers, and then I can put some on here. There's another little one. I thought I had 4 little ones. They're the thinner ones. So I've got all my washi tape together. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. It's a bit sharp, is that, but it's better than it being all over the place, which is what it was before. So that's another thin one. That's a thinnish one. That's a fat one. I suppose you could put a thin one on with a fat one. My hands don't work very well, so you still got a little bit. I do like them on that one, actually. So I'll put all those on that one. These are the Bible journaling ones that came. So again, I don't have a lot of washi. This is all I've got, so it's not a lot really. We can get all those on there, and then I'm not sure if I'm going to get them all on. Might do. It would be good if I could. So if you don't have a lot of washi, I'll tell you where they will go though. Da da da. Oh, you see, now this might stay open. Yes. Oh my goodness, little things, please, little mites. I'm going to put that one on the end of there and that one because that's my homemade washi. Well, look at that, guys. Isn't that amazing? I knew this large ring binder would come in handy. So that's for the very thick. Oh, good. They go on 2 as well. Look, they go on 2. So those will go on 2. Oh, I'm just a happy girl now. Just a happy little things, these little minds. So there we go. Happy girl. That's a 2 one, I think. That can go on there. That can get, if that goes over there, you see, you can get them on, and we can just have a whole lot of washi tape. And then the little tiny ones, I would think, go on the top. I might put that one there. Take that one off and put it over there. Oh, I need those on that side. So, oh, sorry, it's a bit fiddly. It's a bit fiddly. But when you get your act together, and then the little ones can go on the end, because I think those little ones need to go on the end. And then we just so I've now got all my washi tape I want it. So I'm quite pleased with that because it takes me ages to find it. So I might put some tape around there to make it. I can wrap some tape at the back. I can even pull these out at the bottom. I think these screw off, actually, thinking about it. Yeah, look at this, guys. Oh, look. It's because this one is the Franklin Covey, and that's an Allen key. So I pulled it out and made a hole in the back. So I think I'm going to take this out. I'm not sure. I've got a funny feeling these, I don't think we can cut these off. Alfie, be good. I don't think we can cut these off. They're going to be too strong. So let's just see what happens when we put our Fauxbonochis in there. Now, because it's hand stitched, Alfie, shh, because it's hand stitched, I can make it. It will take a fatter one, which is good. And I think those metal things might. They're holding it out a bit. If you see the actual stitches, I could make it twice as big because those stitches have gone to that side of the loop. So I could ask hubby to take them out. But that means that it will take a fatter Fauxbonochis. So that's quite nice to know. But the idea of this one is I can get rid of that now. This is a bit ugly, but I can cut that in half, put one there. I think I'll do that. But I'm going to put these in anyway. So the best thing to do is use a piece of paper because it's thin. So I'm going to get another piece of paper that can go in there. But I actually like to keep that in the day that I'm using it. I'll take these out for the minute. It took me ages to count them in, but I'll take them out for the minute because I don't think I like those. I did mark out the months, so I had 2, 4, 5. I had 6, 7, 8. I had 9 months in here, and that's counting 31 days. I counted 31. So I've hello, darling. So no, don't scratch, darling. Don't scratch. So I think I'm going to use these because now, let me just see if I can just put one in and see what happens. Take that out. So it is quite neat, is this? So if you see, that goes right to there. Yeah, they're not really going to do very much because, a little bit. A little tab. I think a little tab would be good. And when I finished covering them, they'll be bigger. But I like white, so I'll have one in there, and I'll use these tabs, these little tabs, and then it all matches. It's quite sweet because this is the one that I would like. I'll have to put those at the back because it's too big, but I do use that stencil quite a lot, and I think if you find yourself you've got a nice stencil, you will use it a lot. So I've got the squares for making squares. I want everything to be handy. I think I could take this out and put it in my little one and put these here. I'll probably use those in this one. I do want a ruler though. I do need to rule one line. As you can see, I've got quite a few things in here, so I can put, and there's a pocket in this side as well. So again, I was thinking about using this and just putting a wallet in it. It would be quite good. So I can slide that in there if I want to, and get the cards out. So there's all. I think when you get a planner, you've got to kind of live in it for a bit. It's like when we bought the house. I think we can live in it. So I've got that one. This one's, again, I've got that little one. So I could put that behind there. I've got that one, so that could go in here because remember, we're not restricted now. We are not restricted to width anymore. I don't use post-its in this. I think because this is going to be kind of I do like this. I found this one quite interesting. This is the magnetic bookmark, but it has some nice lines. It's not going to last forever, but it is there for a bit. That pen loop wants to go in the other thing, so I can put those in there as well. I use this pen the most, and the nicest thing about this pen is it is like that. So when I shut it now, again, the rings are in, those sticky outy things are in the way. I would never use it as a ring binder. So I'm quite pleased that I now have a very nice Fauxbonochis. I do need to tart this up a bit because I say bungles. It was immaculate. So that's my my Fauxbonochis. I've got another little ruler, but I only need one ruler. I think I put these in here as well. Sometimes I don't think I'll be using those though. No, I'm not going to put those in because this is going to be very neat. So I do need the metallic pens. Again, if I really wanted, I could put them in here if I wanted to. But I actually like this system. But if I was desperate to do that, I could. And it would take quite a lot because it's quite fat. And then I would have everything that I needed. So that wants to go in there because that's, I definitely use that. But it would probably go in my, well, I put that in the next page, ready for to write on, because it's quite nice to write on. And it's thick enough to go up that side. I might not put the pens in because I think that would be quite nice. You need to think about the logistics as well. I don't know if that's the right word I want, but I think I'll keep this pencil case like this because I like this set, so I can make some. I can make a few stickers, and the stickers can go in this book, in this Fauxbonochis, Fauxbonochis. But I'm dead chuffed with this because it's made for a couple of pounds and it's given me 9 months. If I did, I think I did 12. If I did 20, it would definitely take 20. And the nicest thing is, because I've left strings here, I can add to it. There's nothing to say that I can't add to this and make it for 9 months. So I might do that in another video. I might make this because I really like it. I didn't think I would actually. And again, this is the printer paper and this is the squared file folder paper, which is in a pad like this. And this is the cardboard that I've used. So I've been messing about with the pens. And all we do is fold this and then put so many pages together and then poke holes in them, stitch them together, and you get a Fauxbonochis. So the idea of this was to draw something and be artistic. And I didn't want people to go out and say, I have to go buy a colour book. So we can be as creative as we want in this one. And I will take that out because I need it. So now, and I think I'm going to be doing that as well. Pop that back. I put this in here to make, but I actually like it without the bell. I did like the bell, but I think that would be nice without. So I think I'm just going to take this off. I can't remember where I got the bell from. I just like, no, I wish that would be kind of flat, but it's not. So I can thread it through the back and then have, if I wanted, I can have 2 quite nice bookmarks without making such a mess. So I might put those in that one. We'll see. Again, I like the fact that I've made a Fauxbonochis for a couple of pounds. I've taken those out because I don't need them and they're a bit kind of ugly. They are a little bit ugly for what I wanted, but I'm trying to repurpose things. I definitely want to put those in, so I'm just going to bob those at the back. I just have to clean it up and just do a little bit of housekeeping on that, and then I can use it again. And I love that because I loved it when I first got it. I think I've got it secondhand for £1 or something. All these planners I bought for £1 or £2 because I've never had a lot of money to do a lot of things. So we'll come back to this one because this one is the creative one. Quick slurp of tea. They want to go somewhere safe, and that wants to be disposed of. Oh, I've got that little triangle which I thought would come in handy. I'll move that out of the way. Put it there. It's not in the way, is it? No. I found all sorts of little things. This is a knitting needle gauge, but again, in the tiny Hobonichi, it would work quite well. And then I've got little dots if I want them. So all sorts of things. And again, this is from the sewing box. I've got some gorgeous hexagonals, which I'd forgotten about. So if I put that in there, I can use it in this one. That's got some pencils in it. I'll come back to that one in a second. So the creative one is this one, and this is the one that I've decided. It's kind of the Hobonichi style, but I wanted to be a bit creative. So I need to go around this with the lined things. I did that last night, and I made some boo-boos because I was trying to do it in bed and it didn't work very well. So today is Monday, and I think it's the 6th. Yeah, it's the 6th, so this is Monday. So I've got a couple of days to catch up. I think that's the one that I did last week. I think I did that last week. Again, it's got the layout paper and the squared papers, every alternate one. So we've got a pattern in there as well. And I think if I went through a weekend just doing the days at the top, that means that when I start, I don't have to do that. I can just get on with the page. And I think that's what I like about it. I used the Bible pencils for this one, but not the top. So I'm going to be using my number 1 brush, which would go in there. And first of all, I'm going to color that one in. So I'm just going to get to make another one of these because I use it in this one and the other one. So that one is actually squared, but what I use it for today is there's 2 things I can use. I can use that one, which I quite like, or I can use a harder one like that. I tend to use the harder one when I'm doing the stencils. And see if I can repurpose something for that. So I've got 5 and 6. So we said 6 was today, didn't I? So I'll do today's and then I can work backwards. Just in case I don't get time to do anything. So this one is the proper lined paper. So it doesn't need a background, but I'm going to put, it doesn't need anything to land on it, but I'm going to do that. So I do have some stamps, but that's for the tiny one because it is a bit small. So I think I'm going to keep the small things for the smaller ones. So it's not, today I'm going to be putting in here I will be putting that's Monday the 6th, this is today, so I'll put when I slept, and then I'll put very simply the Midori of what I did today. But that's not what I want to do with this one. This was made because we are in isolation and we need to be positive and creative. So this is a positive creative page. So it's mainly, I can forget about doing that now because I've got the other one. This is mainly being creative and using as a template the ideas that are in this book. We were making squares last week and doodles. So I think I can use that one. I don't think I've got any templates in that one. I think I've taken them all out. Yeah. I have found another one of these and I kind of like this. So I'm going to do a miniature. And the beauty of it is you can do really what you like. You can create a word if you want to, which I thought I might want to, but then I think I've gone off that. I think all this is going to go in the other planner, and this is just being a bit creative and maybe a word, but I don't think I want to. I put the date on. So we could start up here, and again, this is the doodly, that one's erasing, so I did have an eraser on that one. So I can't use those markers because they go through, but I can use those if I want to. But I'm using my watercolors on this one. So before I get completely confused, I'm going to get the watercolors out. Handy. I can put those in there. I think I want to put an elastic band around that just to make sure that it doesn't come off. So the other thing I wanted to show is my daughter, years and years ago, I bought her the Tower of London in a 3D jigsaw. And of course she'd lost pieces and she was throwing it out, and I went, oh goodness me, don't throw it out, look at these shapes. So if you can't think of anything to draw, I mean, you don't have to draw the jigsaw shapes. This is a brilliant one. You could use that for windows, or so there were so many, and I have used a few little shapes to use. If you buy some second-hand jigsaws or something, there's loads and loads of shapes there that you can draw around. So I pulled out just a few, but I just thought, you know, these are fun. So if you can't think of anything to draw, find things to draw around. I haven't managed to get downstairs yet, otherwise I would be going in my kitchen cupboards looking for things. So, you know, sometimes you can repurpose games and things and jigsaws, and if you know, you can, if you've got the thickness, you can stick jigsaw pieces in or draw around them. And I just realized I've got a wooden jigsaw. That would be brilliant. That would be brilliant as a template, because I obviously don't want to destroy it. I can draw around it. And again, we've got the children's other stencils if you want to change that. It's quite chunky as this, but if you watch this, oh, I've got one in here, look. That's the one that's got the sticky tape, so I'll keep that one in the other one. If you watch, because it's got a loose spine, it does that. So it's squashed flat. The spine's squashed flat, so that when you turn it over, you're working on a flat surface. If you wanted it to be completely flat, it doesn't take much to take this out. It's not stuck in. It's loose at this side. It's loose at this side. Oopsie. And you can see there the holes that I made. I think I'm going to take these out and put them at the front so that when you can see them, they're here, because I think this is really pretty. But it does have its own cover if I decide this is too much, too messy. But at the minute, I just like the way it is. And the beauty of this, so this has got 1,200 pages in it. The beauty of it is, if you're working here, you can do this with it. And that will go in there. And you can work flat. So it does 180 turn, which is amazing. Because then you're almost flat. And if you don't get it perfectly right, you can just put another signature back. Try and mix with the signatures. So we've got the signatures there. And it's just going to lie flat. And it's easier to handle then. And your hand, whichever hand you're on, you've got a surface to work on. So I might do this as a double page, I think, because so yesterday was Sunday. So what can I do for Sunday? This has got the Filofax plastic, and I'm keeping the dots on the outside. I've also got that bit of plastic as well. I don't think I need that bit of plastic, but I'll get rid of it and we'll just see what that does. I don't even need that. That's the one that folds in half. I think that's that one. All to keep things as thin as possible if we can. So again, it's just a nicer edge to work on, that bit of plastic. And they're in the Filofax system, so they should be okay. And I've just remembered I haven't had my pills this morning, but never mind. So I've got the smaller Filofax, the smaller one. I'm just going to shove that in there. And then I just have to keep this with me. And I like that system. It's quite nice. And there will be in there one of these. They want to go in there. One of these. So that will go into there. If I just had it like that, it would go into there. And in this particular one, it's okay. It shuts. This particular one is only going to have my Don't watercolor pencils in. So I'm going to be doing that in the next couple of days. Because it's so easy to flip over and use the ink tens, which is what I've been doing. So to stop myself doing that, I've been putting a little clip. I don't think and I can put it over the black because I don't use the black. Just wondering if a magnet would work, but somehow I don't think it will. So going back in here, I need a clip. It's a bit of a big clip, but it will do. So I just pop that on. Oh my goodness me, avalanche. And I'm going to trap that there so that I can flip up. So I've got my drawing pen. I'm just going to take those out because I'm not sure where I want to put them yet. But again, I've been using this particular one as well. So I've got the colours. And so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8 colours to go with. 8 pages of colours to flip, and that's going to be enough because there's 72. I probably will make the colours bigger because I'm not going to be taking this book with me when I have these. I'm just going to be taking the Derwent watercolour pencils because most of the books are made with these papers. So I hope that made sense, guys. So thanks for stopping by. So I found another one, unless that's the one on there. Yeah. So that's 4 and that's 5. So if you can't think of anything to use, you can use a stencil. So I've been using this one. Or you can play with the squares, which I did here. Or you can put one stencil in another and kind of the combinations. I mean, even though those are made with the same thing, it's a different page. And I've got the stencil at the top. So you can play about with even the stencil, filling out a different way. You're using the squares or highlighting them. I think I want to start with I might make a frame here. Or we could, oh, it's not quite a square, is it? Otherwise, because we can't do a diamond. It's not quite a square, I don't think. No, it's, oh, it is a square, so we should be able to do that. Just take that off there. And remember this sticky tape. So I've lined up, oops, not very well. I've taken off I used the clear tape. Is it Scotch invisible tape? And I've put it on my jumper a couple of times to make it low tack. Then you're not going to rip your page. So if we put that there, to line the 2 corners exact, and then oops, put that down. In fact, I think I like the whole thing. I know it goes over, so that's no good. So that's there and that's there. Have I pulled the wrong pen out? Yes, I have. That one of them wants some ink and the other one doesn't. And you can see that's an original one. That's a new one. So this is one of mine that I had when I was quite young. I like that. So even with one stencil, you can play about with that one stencil. So we can put a pattern on the inside. Just have to move this. Can use that side. I think, oh yes, if you look, it's a mirror. It's a plastic mirror. And I've left the plastic on that one. So we can line that up. And that will go to that one, and that will go to that one. So they're not exact. Are they not exactly in the middle? Let's just see if we can get that in the middle. So even if you don't fancy drawing anything in particular, you can just use a stencil. And again, this is that not kind of mindless, but it's kind of not having to think about color and pages and drawing and can I draw a straight line, or so this is kind of just literally having a play. So if I do the same with the other one and line that one up, I mean, you can do exactly what you want, but there's thousands of different combinations just with one stencil. And I say I bought these for the kids. I think I don't know where I got them from. I just thought, oh, they come in handy to stick with photo frames or something. And obviously the kids didn't use them, or now they're teenagers. They've gone through their bedroom and got rid of lots of things, and that's left me with lots of things. So if I'm really lucky, that we need it to go there. So it might have to be a smaller one, but actually that works quite well. I should have stopped there. Yeah, I should have stopped there, but that's fine because I can just sometimes you can do it in pencil first if you want, but I find it's a bit more organic if you do this. So find also anything to draw around. So I've got an extra line there, but that's not going to bother me too much. And I don't have to turn the page over, so I'll line that one up with that one. And I've got a red stencil. I just have to look for it because it's got there's a red stencil somewhere, and it has eggs and bows and all sorts of things on it. Bobbed it somewhere. I thought I kept it quite handy. Oh, avalanche, guys. Sorry. Oopsie. Or if you think your kids are going to be wanting to do stencils, now is the time to buy some so that we keep everybody occupied, seeing as we're going to be a bit busy. And then I can kind of put an edge on the outside if I want to, but I kind of like that. I think I might just actually take that and put an outside on it, or I could make a frame of that. Could do that. That looks quite nice. Again, you just stick it down if you want to. So I'm just going to start with line that one up. And because of the squares, we can get lined up quite well. And then just draw around it. And if you do it you can do it in pencil. Now this is Indian ink, so it's not going to smudge. just going to go to there because I'm not sure how deep that is. So even though you've only got one stencil, you can do so many things with it. And that one, thinking I may as well actually. And then you can just, again, this pen you've got to keep vertical, which is perfect for stencils. So you'd probably want to do this with a pencil. You need to keep upright. So I've got a bit of sticky tape on there now. In fact, I want to peel the top one off. So let's see if we can join that one and that one. So you can leave this plain, you can fill it in with squares, you can fill the squares in. This is the doodle, this is the creative thing. And again, it's not rushing. This is going to take time because, of course, we have a lot of it. So the idea is we're just doodling with the stencil, basically. We're just doodling with a stencil. And there's something nice about that. So if your children need any stencils, that's fine, but otherwise just cut some out of cardboard and use those. There's so many things. Trace some things. So that's what I've got so far, and I've missed a little bit there. Look, so just go back over. It's not impossible to patch it up. So I think because I've got a few lines, I think what I'm going to do now is just going to put that sticky tape on that side. So I've got one on each side. It's done its job. Oh, a bit of sticky tape there as well. And now we can sit down and we can start to play. So I'm going to take that to there. And then I'm going to draw this line. And this is going to take a long time. This is something to do. You can do it with a ruler if you want. Or you can just, with a ruler, you lose that organic-y thing. So even if the lines are a bit wonky, I kind of like that. Again, I'm using the wrist like this. It probably would be better if you used it like this and you wouldn't go over your lines. You see, that's a lot more precise and a lot better. I'm doing the background now. So you get a bit confused, and then turn back, and I probably would do that with a ruler, because it is quite a long. I'll show you without a ruler. You just do 3 or 4 at a time. Again, it's that controlled wrist action. So again, rather than thinking, oh my God, I've got to go all the way over there, let's just do this. And the other thing is, you're less likely to make a mistake. If you cover it up with a ruler, you probably might make a mistake. So I can now go down this one. And this is going to take quite a while. If you really want something brilliant for your children, buy, at any age, buy a spirograph if they still make it. And then you can make millions of shapes and things, and you can color them in. So you can do it bit by bit like this, and then, as I say, you can just go across, stop, go across, stop. And all you've got is plain squared paper, beg your pardon. You've got square paper, but it's just makes loads of patterns. So I should have done this bit checked actually, and the outside bit not. So this one I might draw the exact same thing, and I'll draw it, and I'll fill the inside of it and not the outside, and then you can see the difference. And I've used exactly the same thing. So again, the idea is that we are taking up our time. So what I may do when we get back to normal, I may do quite a few line drawings at the weekend. So map these out and then not color them in. And then I've just got to color them in every day, which won't take as much time. So I could probably sit here today and do quite a few pages. I did that one last night, but I could have done about 6 or 7 pages, and draw them out and then just leave them so that on that particular day, you've just got to color it in and it's not going to take as much time. Or at the weekend, do a week's supply. That's another way to do it. That's what I would do. And then it means you can carry on with this creative book, because believe me, you will get hooked. It's quite addictive, is this, even though they're just squares, because we can go on to color them then. So I'm not going to leave them black and white. You can fill squares in and make it just black and white. So then it wouldn't be mandalas, it would be square dollars. So I've invented square dollars. There we go. This is square dawdling. That's difficult to say when you've got a sore throat and you're desperate for a cup of tea. Now, although it won't smudge, it is a good idea to just, that's my squares, just to put a piece of paper over, because if your hand gets warm, you don't want to smudge your lines. And if you just do it bit by bit, you think, oh my goodness, when you first look, you think, oh. But remember, we are killing time. You do have to concentrate a bit, because we are now doing a background, not the main bit. But what I will do next time, in a minute, when I've done this one, I will do another one. to show you that it's the same pattern, but we've done it differently. In fact, you could do this for a week. That's an idea. You could use the same pattern for a week and come up with 7 different ideas with the same layout. I think doing three squares is enough really to keep it neat. So let's go there. Now you do get curled up corners. I don't know if you do with the Fauxbonochis, but definitely the way I've done it, I end up with curly pages, because I do that with most books actually, unfortunately. So we can do a complete side. Now my wrist is really hurting, but if I get this done, it means I can then carry on the other way. So and again, we've got that nice controlled wrist action, probably coming in rather than going out. Hold the page down if you need to. So we've got thousands of different patterns to go in these squares if we wanted to, or we can just leave them as a square. Oops. Yeah, you need to do about 3. Stop. Gosh, there we go again. Alfie, shush. We've got a rescue dog, and they've got one next door that's she's aggressive as well. Not aggressive, but there's a wire between them. So I could possibly do this without my wrist hurting too much. I think for continuity, remember I've halved the book, and that's why it's flat. I think I'm going to do this bit here as well. Sorry, I can't just organize myself at the minute. I'll just do this little bit, and then I'm going to Alfie's head's a lot better. He had the cone on again a little bit because but he's shaking his head because people must stop breeding King Charles Spaniels and pugs because they can't breathe and their brains are too big for their skulls and they're in constant pain. And now Alfie's starting the head swishing thing, but it's so cruel because we must stop these breeders breeding these bloody dogs. There's enough dogs in the world, and there's cute dogs and there's ugly dogs, but the dogs, they love everybody. They're man's best friend. We don't need to breed any flipping dogs, and we certainly don't need to breed them so that they look good, because they won't live long. People have been having these puppies and they're dying because they can't breathe. So let's start buying dogs. The money goes back in the pot to feed the others that can't be rehomed. It's just so cruel to watch. I mean, I did love my neighbours' King Charles Spaniels, but I've never had the money to buy them. And the only reason we got Alfie was because he pooped everywhere. But as I say, he is now showing signs of shaking his head. So we must stop breeding dogs. Oh, hi, Mary Berry. Welcome to Bunny Design. Spirograph. Did I pronounce it wrong? Spirograph. I do think they still make it. Oh, you can get one secondhand on eBay. But all little kids, if they can use a pencil, they will love it, because you just give them a colored pencil, and it's not only the act of creating the colored spiral, they can fill some of the small spaces in. I mean, I know some of the spaces are really tiny, but if you stop early enough, you can do that. I'm going to draw that line across there. So, sorry guys, another rant. Beg your pardon. I have to have my daily rant. A bit of warning, you will go a bit boss-eyed after a while looking at these squares. But I've made it with a simple, cheap, I think there was three for £1 from the pound shop. There's a bit bigger one somewhere. I think they used the bigger ones. They just gave me those back because they didn't use them. And that particular one is bent, so it's broken. But it lies flat. It's perfectly okay for what I want it for. And if you don't have a stencil, play with the squares. You can look up Zentangle and you can play square tangle with Zentangle color shapes and patterns. But what I want to show for the next few weeks, and I know it's boring if you've got your color books, but let's think of people that don't have color books and that have children that are going to be bored out of their brains. But they might be able to get hold of these from the supermarket, or printer paper and draw the lines. Oh gosh, sorry guys, got to move the knees. You've got to move the knees. So I am going to draw that one across because it is the whole way across, and I've attached this bookmark so that I can do just that. But as you can see, I much prefer the organic-y one, really. I think it's just more, it's just nicer, I think. So you just have to kind of just go steady, and then we can put the pattern inside. And because we've got that plastic underneath, that Filofax plastic insert, and again, this is going to take time, but of course we have time. Obviously, when we get back to normal, this might drive you insane, in which case, don't do it. Or just do it at a weekend, or just do it when you're watching telly, or just do it to chill, because this is definitely, I wouldn't say mind numbing, but it's definitely chilling, because you're not drawing something precise, you are just filling in shapes, and for that reason it is therapeutic. And that's not the best bit, of course. The best bit is colouring it in at the end. So again, you could spend a couple of nights doing these for your children to colour in the next day. And yeah, it might take you an hour. So it takes you an hour while you're watching telly, but it's going to give your children, keep them occupied for a couple of hours the next day. So again, you put in what you get out. Because I always remember when going to school, and they all said, "Oh my goodness, I can't wait for them to go back to school," or "Oh my God, I don't know what we're going to do next week. The kids are off." And I loved it. I loved my children being off school. I loved I really did. I even wanted to do homeschooling, but my husband wouldn't let me because I didn't have to get up for uniform. We didn't have to do a pack up and rush around like idiots, although it was only a 5-minute walk to school. I enjoyed walking the dogs when I walked, and then I used to go around, drop the kids off, and then walk round the village and back through the dog walk and home. But I loved having them at home. I loved doing things with them. And I say I really hated the fact that I couldn't occupy their time. We spent most of the spare time down the garden drawing grasses or drawing or crocheting or knitting or something. So I hated them going to school. I loved them being at home. But if you're not creative, I would think it would be quite difficult. So this definitely is not being creative as such, but I am creating something that I can then colour. So you could sit and make these squares with a ruler if you wanted for quickness. Be a lot quicker with a ruler. And give them to your children the next day, because the other thing is it shows that you've sat, you haven't just put them to bed and forgotten about them. You have been creative for them, and that does mean a lot. It shows them that yes, you might be working all day and telling them to shut up and be quiet, but if you do this when you're watching your telly and your chill out time, and you could do it and photocopy it, then you don't have to draw it out again. You give it the same pattern for a week and you would get lots of different ideas. Or you could photocopy them lots of times and then do a pattern inside, so they're not going to know that it's the same one, because remember, this is layout paper on this one, but the other one isn't. The other one that I did here, this is photocopy paper. So the photocopy paper, you could still do patterns on this. This one's layout. This is photocopy paper, this one. So you can still do patterns. You could just, all you need to do is make one grid like this and do dots, and then do dots and dots and dots, and then line them up with. Oh, you said in NYC designer dogs are all their age. I love my spirograph kit. Also, Klutz, Klutz, apologies if I misspent it, have spirograph kit, because I know they had one years ago when I was a little girl. I had to have a second-hand one, but we're not going there. So I think I finished. Oh, look at that. Let's just turn that round. You've got to be a bit careful, because remember, these are only thin pages, these. So if you're spinning it round, make sure you're not catching up on anything. So I like that. So I'm going to do, if I do this bit and leave that bit, yeah, I was going to do that bit and leave this bit, but this one I'm going to do the opposite. And again, this is going to take time, but this is what we've got. And you will probably find that if you start doing this with the children, you can do it. Oh, eyes are going a bit. I've got to do it bit by bit, this, because otherwise I'll make a mistake. You probably find that if you go on holiday, oops, I've made a mistake. I'm now doing the inside, not the outside. So you've got to concentrate. But we have such a thing as corrector pen, which we could use if we wanted to. you'll probably find that if you do this now, you might carry on doing it, or your kids might carry on doing it. And this is even without putting a pattern inside the squares yet. Remember last time I was putting lots of patterns in between them. If you have a complicated pattern like this, you do have to concentrate. But again, that's what takes you into your comfort zone, into a peaceful zone, should I say. And you know, you can, I think you can buy these at most supermarkets, these squares. I suppose if you wanted, you could make your whole book out of the squared paper, but it would be thicker. It is quite thin, this paper, but it's not as thin as layout paper. So I forgot to put the timer on actually to say how long this took me, but maybe an hour or so, possibly an hour. I certainly will be making this one when my granddaughter comes when she gets older. I certainly will be making one of these books for her to fill out, because I know it'll keep her occupied when everybody's busy. Oopsie. And so we've got this pattern now. I think I'm going to photocopy it, actually. I think I'll photocopy it. So there was just this little bit down here that we wanted to kind of rearrange. So that's around there, that's around there. I think we did, yeah, we've done that. So if I hadn't put April the 1st on it, I could have photocopied that, and then we can use it so many times. So we could color it as it is, or if I just quickly show you some of the squares we were doing this is why I like this book. This is the original one, and I say it totally failed as a Hobonichi, but I've got quite a lot of patterns in here. I did some blackwork stitches. some doodles. These are the stitches, so you know we can do some. We can make it look like it's a patchwork if we wanted to. That we can put a little heart in between each one. There's so many things we can do with the stitches and little daisies, and then start to fill them in. And then when you start to fill them in, this is when you get all those different designs. So I've done everyone I think is different on here. So there must be about 20, 30 different things we could do in these squares, and then we can kind of alternate them as well. So there really is a lot of different patterns in here. And then you can think of black and white patterns. Some things worked, some things didn't work. And then I think last week I was messing about with doing it with lines and patterns and dots, colours. Oh, Miss Bay says, Henry is listening. Oh, bless. Hi, Henry. I think Alfie is still... I don't know where Alfie is. Alfie is... Oh, we messed about and did some squares. There we go. So we've got all these patterns, so we could fill this with different patterns. And again, this is another thing to do, because if you give this to children, they can copy it. Yeah, they might make mistakes, but that's what it's about. So I think that would be good. I just have to make myself a drink in a second, guys, because I'm going a bit hot. So you can make patterns in the grid, or leave it as it is. I kind of like that. I'm just thinking what I'm going to do in the middle. It needs to be connected, really. I think it needs to be connected. I've got lots of layouts. I was playing with lots of patterns, so I did a lot of work to start with. Because I knew I wanted to get it right. And that's the little... I did try a lot on this layout paper. So I've got a lot of these designs as well, but I think this one I'm thinking I might want to do... Again, what I might just do is practice, find a page. Get rid of that because it's distracting. So this was the watercolors, just playing about with watercolors. There's lots of junk drawings in here. Again, I tried to do it, again, didn't work. That's the lined ones, more colors. That's the graphy tint, love the graphy tint. More doodles. That's with the new pen that I was trying out, but I think it went through. More doodles, more shapes. Again, a bit of a waste of paper, this, but it's got quite a lot in it, if that makes any sense. So if I just go to this page here, I want something. So we'll draw the square, and I love this pen because it's refillable. We'll draw the diamond, rather, I should say. Line it up, and so I've got 1, 2, 3. So I've got... So if we go, that's there, and that's there. So I've got that square. That square. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out across. So that's the middle. So I've got 3 that way, 3 that way, 3 that way, and 3 that way. And that fills that square. So I can only do this. So this is just a rough, because I want to see what shape I can create. Inside that square. So basically I need to do 2, 4, 6. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's the square. It's not the middle, that's the middle. Right, so that's the space I've got. So I've got that space, and I want to somehow create a middle. So again, this is where it gets faffy, but we've got time to faff now. Faffing. Waffling and faffing, there we go. Waffling and faffing, you can't beat it. Then we'll think about how we're going to join them up in a minute, but let's get these squared off. So I'm using, oops, yeah, it's not going to the corner because it's going to that corner. So that's the square. And then we want something that will join them up. So we need to do that. And we need to do, so line it up with these squares here, and then you know that it's level there. We have a little one for the middle, and I think, oh, that's a skew width, isn't it? That's not right. But I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing now. So that's the middle. So I've got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and 3. So we've got to get those into there. This takes a little bit of time, but once we've done it, it will work really well. And again, you can play about with this as much. It's not quite square, is it, that one? But I'm trying to get as square as possible. This probably isn't going to be absolutely perfect, but And then we had this one in the middle, didn't we? That one. So if we take that down to there, take that one down to there, take that one down to there. We just have to match up that middle one now. With that one. Again, it's a little bit fiddly, but you are using the same stencil and creating another stencil. So I think that's quite good. Keep forgetting where it is. It's in the middle there. Look. It should be in the middle. That's where it should be in the middle. I'll just draw that one again because I made a boo-boo. That's better. And now I've created another image in the middle, if that makes any sense. I can like that. It's a bit fiddly, but it's ready. I mean, you can always do a little square in the middle here if you want to, but I kind of like that. So I think I'm just going to colour that. What I'll do overnight, I think, is copy that onto there. So we've got that page, I've got that outline. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. And again, it's just that bit different, but I've not used anything in particular. So it took me about an hour. So it should take me about an hour to colour it, I think. So again, I'm just going to flip through here. Before I do that, I'm just going to make myself a quick drink, guys. So so it's taking about an hour to draw, but I mean, an hour in our current climate is not actually that much. And then, you know, you can color that in or get the children to color it in, and it's just one simple thing. The other thing to do is just use the squares. Again, some days I probably won't have a stencil, so I'll either do a doodle. I don't think I'm going to be doing this writing business. I think that's going to be for the other, the real, what I call the real Fauxbonochis. This is my creative Fauxbonochis, which I want to kind of spend time in and do kind of very, very things. Thank you, thank you. So if cold tea, nothing worse than cold tea. I don't mind cold coffee. I don't like cold tea. So I liked the first colours that I did, this patchworky, but obviously I don't want to hog it to death. I had a bit of pink left over, and again that's because I went over to the ink Tens pencils, and that was a bit of a mistake. So I've got to try and keep in. But if you did sit and doodled, say when we're back to normal, we could spend our day off or a Saturday Sunday afternoon just doing this, and then we can colour them in. So, have you got any questions? I do have an awful lot of stamps. Oh, and the other thing I found are two, well, I didn't find, but there's two drawers which are really next to me now of my stamps. But I'm not sure if the hands would cope with it. But I do have my corner punches, so if to make it neat, we could make the corners neat. And then I've got my circles, so that I could make little with the layout paper or photocopy paper, and then colour them in, make patterns. So I've got quite a few of these. I've got quite a few stamps. I suppose you could do the edges if you wanted, or do things, and then I've not used these for ages because my hands were bad. So I could get one day, I could get the stamps out and we could have a good stamping session, because I did find all my fancy papers as well, so you could use those for that. Again, I've got a little butterfly print, and I think I've got a tiny butterfly. I don't think I've ever used a lot of these. There's a pussycat. That's a butterfly still in its packet. Oh my goodness, a little elephant, a butterfly. I don't know what that is. No idea what that is. I bought these cheap from somebody in the market. I've had them for years. That's a pretty edge. And I've got a heart, some butterflies, a little heart, which would be quite nice. They would have to go into the other Fauxbonochis because it's a pretty edge as well. I don't ever use this one. This has got hearts, teddy bears, angels, edging, butterflies. So there's lots of things I can use. I can repurpose to go in my Fauxbonochis. Oh dear, Frankie, doodles. Shh. So again, spend the night. Alfie, shush. And she's downstairs. So again, find your stamps and give them to the girls, the kids. That might be an easy one for me to do. That it's a little elephant. So they will be going in the other one. Chalks and pans, pastels, and all sorts of things I found. So there's lots of things we can use, and I probably will use those in this one, because it doesn't matter how thick it gets, it can double quite easily, whereas this one belongs in my Franklin Covey, and I like those stencils as well, so I might stick to this style for in here, because I like this to be kind of on its own. Oopsie, see, I've got the bookmark, and let's put it back in its thing. Now see if I can get this off. This can come off here now. I just stuck this on, as I do. I might just pull this off. because I'm not precious with the cardboard. It was new double-sided sticky, so it's pulled the back of that, but I don't care because you're not going to see it. Oh, I didn't realize that. Ah, that's why I put that in. Ah, that's why I put that in there. I see, because I made it with this and it wasn't very sturdy. So let's see if I can do this without. I can't do that without tearing it, can I? I didn't think that sticky tape was that strong, actually. That double-sided tape. I did not think it was that strong. I don't want to damage the paper. I've done it a bit. So that was my cover on cover that I made for my Hobonichi. Oops, my Fauxbonochis, beg your pardon. So that was my cover on cover. And then this is that's the one that I tore out, didn't I? Yeah, I tore this out and stuck it to give it a bit of oomph, but actually it doesn't need it now, so I can take that out. And I'll take the other one out because I don't need the bulk now. That was because it needed to stay into it needed to stay strong to stay into its cover on cover. But of course now it doesn't matter, so I did it with really cheap because now it doesn't matter because it's not going in there. So I've actually made a lot of, because I pulled the binder rings out of here, and I love the fact that I now have, oh, I've just done something to the computer, sorry about that, guys. This is on my washi tape, and this is the ring binder that was in that one. So that's all I have. I don't have much. Some of it's from a Bible Bible journaling set. So I'm quite pleased that I've managed to do that. But it did leave 2 holes, but that's okay because that's now going in there. And that one is now going in there. I might leave that last one. No, I won't. I'm going to put something else in that one. So that goes in there. And I've got that thickness out of there now and the cover. But what I can do is put that one there. And that one there, but you can't see it very well. So I do have a cover on cover if I need it. So I can kind of put that. Come on, I don't really want to do that. Right, so I can leave that like that. And then that can sit and hide that. So, and now it will shut better now because I've got a lot more room in it now because I've taken, oh, look at that. Yeah, I've got a lot more room in there now because I've taken this backing off and also the cover on cover. They're not sticky, those. So that's quite good. It didn't need the cover on cover because I will keep it in here. I will keep it in here. It's a shame I can't see my butterfly, but I might rejiggle that. But it hides that ugly. But I just had an idea. that if I swap them, that becomes the back, and that becomes the front. I can still see the pretty paper. I've got to mend that because I included in some of this paper, you can tear it out because this one's perforated here, so you can tear it out because this one is a more expensive one. This is the this one, what you call it, this one, I think it's this one, and it's a lot more expensive. The Rhodia one, it's a lot more expensive, but when you pull this off, it's perforated here. So this one was the same as this one, and it was that thick, but it was the A4 size, and it's nicer and smoother to use. But I ran out of the other one, the cheaper one. So this one doesn't have holes in it, but some are perforated and some aren't. So if they're perforated, I tried to put them at the back. So I've got to be a little bit careful with that. But I've now got myself another few inches, so I can do other things with this now. But I think this is just going to still be drawing. It's going to be that particular pen and that kind of drawing. So the reason I took it out, so if I'm going to do that, I have to put that one in there. Thought it went flat. Yes, it does. It goes flat. There you go. It does go flat. I thought it did. It's, remember, we've got 1,200 pages in this, so you know it's going to maneuver itself about a bit, but I still love it. So guys, sorry about that. I'm going to make myself a quick drink of water, tea, and then I'm going to be using the Derwent watercolor pencils to color this page, and then I'll redraw that one. I'll draw that one, and I might be able to copy that one. Can I? No. If it was clear, I'd be able to copy it, but it isn't. So I'd have to redraw it. But I can turn that one over, and I can draw that one. And then we could do that one reverse, I think. So it's not perfect, but it's hand drawn, and it was fun to do. Just put my stamps. So to make it neater, you could cut the edges. When I usually make my books, I normally use a corner punch to make my edges rounded, because it just looks neater. But seeing as this is the scruffy one, I'm not going to do that with that one. Just pop a second. So that's the beauty of having everything near you. You can get to everything. So I'll leave that one in there. I say, if you push that down there. So that's why I wanted the water brush in here. And now I do have space for the watercolors. When I put them in here, they will be going at the back here, and then I've got them. So this is a complete system. It's the rotating pen. It's the rotating pen. It's the Derwent watercolor brush, and the Derwent watercolors, some stencils, and a ruler, and that's all I need for this. Because this is the creative one. This is just for being creative. So if we turn that over now, I don't need that one because it's flat now. Possibly put that in. And that's my whole system, and that's what I wanted. I wanted something that I could get, or ask hubby to go get if I'm in the garden. Bring that. I'm a happy girl. I can wade my way through this, and even though I don't color them in, I can draw them. I can doodle and draw pages and weeks ahead, and then when it comes, when I'm busy, I just have to color it in, which might take an hour, which anybody can do in a day, whereas normally if you're drawing them all out, it takes you hours. So again, another reason why we can fill our Fauxbonochis with all the background and then color it in day by day makes it a bit easier. I'm still wading myself through this cold tea, guys. I hate cold tea. So have you got any questions? So thanks guys for stopping by. I hope it's been a bit interesting. If you are removing your ring binders, be careful. There are some sharpy bits, and for goodness sake, take the bits away. It's just that I can't walk far, but take these sharp bits away because they could be swallowed and they are very sharp. They'll do a lot of damage, so they do want to be taken away. I don't have any small children about, but if Felicity was here, I would. She's such a little doll. I do miss her terribly. She has now a little play area. She's talking to the Hoover. She's having a conversation with the Hoover. Bless her little socks. Bless her little socks. Oh, Alfie, be quiet. And here she is. She's trying to touch the camera. She's got teeth at the minute. She's got teeth. She's just obsessed with pressing the button. Sorry, guys. Can't release. And we've got the Alfie behind us, the Alf Master. Oh, my goodness, these dogs. So I've got a cover on cover now, and I made it from the A4. If I open it up, it's the 12x12 paper packs. But I will be using it for something. I will be making another book at a certain point. Hi, Alf. Are you asleep? Good boy. So let's see if we can make a coffee. Can't get the lid off the coffee jar. So I haven't had much of a play with anything because I've been making these Fauxbonochis. But again, this is to fill time because that's what we've got. And I do use that because I can use that for dates and times as well. So put that behind there. Sits quite nicely. Oh, I'm quite pleased about that because I've actually got now, I've gained quite a lot of space. The dogs are having morning press conference, Miss Berryberry. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Woo, 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 woo. No, we don't want to woo. Alfie's looking very intelligent, but he's not. That's our woo woo downstairs. Woo. Oh, I haven't got any milk. Oh, I'm going to have to ask Cubby to bring me milk. You can't get the milk. I can't drink sweet black coffee. I can only drink black coffee. So I don't have any milk. So I just have to ask Cubby to bring me some milk up. So we're asking to bring me some milk up. So I like this system, and again, it's going to work really well when I can take it downstairs and just have that, because I always have the cushion tray anyway. So a cushion tray makes things. Hey, yeah, you could bring me a pot of milk up, could you? A thing of milk. Have I got? Yes, please. Thank you, because I've made a coffee and I can't eat it. Thank you. Bye. Right. Right. So I'll watercolor this in, and then I'll I think I'll stop the video and then make another one because they get a bit long and laborious. So I'm going to be, I'm getting a bit fuffled up here now. Oh, I'm going to work my watercolor book. That's what I'm going to make. So again, if you want it to be even more compact, oh, I do need that in here. I do need that in there as well because I use that quite a bit. So again, you could sit here. This is quite nice because it's a higher bit. So the touch and go system is, I think I'm just going to color them in. And again, this is the therapy side. This is just barely damp. And it's the Derwent watercolor pencil on a paper palette. So we're really working quite fine. It's oil, I think. I don't know what I've done on there. Something I've put on there. It's not particularly nice. So again, about a pinhead of color. And remember, with this Derwent #1 brush, just stroking very carefully, manipulating the tip, because if we manipulate the middle of the brush, we'll activate it to get a lot of water, and we don't want a lot of water. This is the last page of, and again, you can do different patterns with the colors, or you can just mindlessly, and I don't mean mindless as in mindless, because you are concentrating, not going over the line, but you're not thinking about highlights and lowlights. You're just generally touching the touch and go system. So just pick the color up. And again, it's very easy. The touch and go system is just very, very, very calming, because you're not getting pen tops off, you're not rattling pencils, you just touch and go. And it's just really therapeutic. And yet, this is the layout paper. Remember, this is not the, oh no, this is the lined paper, but it doesn't go through. Thank you. Thank you. Is that one to go in the fridge?
It's an open one. Take it down and bring a fresh one up.
Is it for the fridge, Nigel?
Sorry?
Is it for the fridge?
It came from the fridge, yes.
Right. Why is somebody using my milk?
No, but other people, we got that milk that a lot was for other people as well.
I didn't think anybody had this milk for anybody else.
Sorry, Helen.
I didn't think anybody else had this milk.
Sorry?
I thought nobody else had this milk.
Amy likes that milk as well, so I got quite a few.
Okay. Right. And we'll have this one. Oops. So I'm at a bit of a funny angle, but obviously you can. No, I haven't. Alfie, what are you doing? You're going to be a good boy and go sit down? Your head's better, isn't it? You've been a better boy. You've been a good boy. I haven't decided what to do with these squares. I think I quite fancy doing that patchworky bit. I know it's boring, but I actually quite like it. It's something that I only found a few days ago, but I really like it. I just really love it. So I just kind of, I don't know how I would. I suppose if you did one color and then kind of just did one section. I suppose you've got to put the same color about, so just do a couple of ones about. And again, not really thinking too much about it, but and I've got that ridge that I don't like on my desk. And of course, while we're doing this, we're practicing our brush strokes and also finding out what our watercolor products can do. So when we come back to our color books, so no idea what the boy's doing at all. No idea what he's doing. You've been a good boy, Alfie? Probably not. No. Obviously, if you've got less colors, then you can do kind of different things, but I think I'm going to do the carmine, so I might as well and again, this is very therapeutic because you're just picking a particular square and just coloring it in. Of course, eventually it will be full of squares, but you know, it's and again, this is another thing that, you know, give it to the children and say, there you go, I drew this for you, color it in. So if they're a bit older, you can get them to make the patterns themselves, but if they're very young, you can make obviously simpler patterns than this. But you know, my girls used to like colouring in the kitchen roll patterns. Are you destroying the quilt cover for Alfie? That's naughty. Alfie, give up. Just a second, guys. It's just been a rat bag. That's naughty. Is that naughty? No, you know, this is your quilt. This is your quilt to sit on. It's clean and fresh, and it's your quilt, and you should just sit on it. Don't know why he's obsessed. Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Yes, he's been an Alfie. You can't change the elf master, but he is starting to flick his head a bit, which is a bit upsetting. But we can't do anything about that, unfortunately. So if we pick odd squares and then possibly do a blue. Now, eventually the brush will dry up, so you've got to kind of wet it again. But it doesn't take much for it to come back. And my squares aren't perfect. I'm going over the line a bit. You can get 3 squares out of a strong colour if you want, or you can do it all strong colours, or you can make each square a triangle if you wanted. And again, this is going to take time, but this is what we've got. We've got time. And but there's something nice that we've created it ourselves. It's our own style. So somebody might like circles, somebody might like squares, somebody like a black and white, and that's, you know, if you've got a black and white biro or a blue biro, it could still work. It looks beautiful, blue and white. So just because you don't have any watercolors, use the kids' pencils, or you can buy some kids' pencils from Tesco's, and I was quite impressed with some of them. So you don't have to go out and spend a fortune. The idea is we use what we've got, and if it's biros, if you can find 10 biros around your house, use biros. I'm just gonna have another gulp of coffee, guys. Just need a gulp of coffee. I think Alfie's missing the guy's bit downstairs, but I have a photo of him and hubby last night asleep while I was playing in my Midori last night and writing some things. I took this picture of see if I can bring that up. So there's hubby, hubby's asleep there, and Alfie's right next to him. It's a bit tired, but that's how Alfie sleeps. Takes up all the bed. And he's not on his quilt either. Oh, hi Kenny, welcome to Bunny Designs. Anybody else? Hi Rain Chains, welcome to Bunny Designs. Anybody else popping in? Just trying to drink my coffee before it goes cold. Hi Pamela. Looking with intent. You can get arrested for that. Oops. So it's just a nice little way to pass the time. And then of course, if you did all these squares and you were really neat and tidy, you know, you are going to get you really are brushing your brush skills up, so you're getting control of your brush, which when you get back to your color books is all good. But there's just something nice about creating your own pages. I mean, this is your creation. This is my my new doodle, as kind of. And you can just color them in black and white or blue and white. So if you put one color next to all the others, and some you get 3 colors out because they're very strong. And eventually, it starts to fill up quite quickly. We can have this turquoise colour. And it's very, very therapeutic. It's very calming is the best way I can explain it. You almost forget where you are and what you're doing. It is really good. So again, if you can do this for children, you'll have a couple of hours peace. And I do have 72 colors in here. So they're not all actually being very pale. I've got some quite nice bold ones as well, but I presume I'm just going to carry on and it'll just evolve into oh, here we go again, guys. It'll just evolve into a patterned page full of little coloured squares. We get some quite pale colours as well. So although I'm using the turquoise quite strong, I've actually got probably 3 shades out of this particular one. Don't start, Alf. Hello, Alfie. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that, guys. War of the Barks, that was. War of the Barks. Anything you can bark, I can bark louder. I can bark anything louder than you. Alfie, enough now. Goodness gracious. Alfie, do stop, please. He wants to go see what's going on downstairs, but it's when they get excited like this that the big girl picks on him. Alfie, shh. She gets a bit. Come and sit down, Alfie. Come and sit down. Good boy. So it is quite therapeutic doing this, and again, it won't take long. It looks quite daunting at first when you start, but then we've got this blue. I think it's going to be quite strong blue. It's supposed to be sticking near the little circles that start here, and your squares last a bit longer, but it doesn't seem to be doing that. It seems to be, but that's fine. It was only something that I was doing originally. Doesn't really make any difference now. I'm going to get some quite pale blue ones over there. I think I've already done this blue, haven't I? The trick is remembering what you've used and where. It's good to use a strongish colour because you can then got quite a scope to be pale, if that makes any sense. So when it's a strong red, you could go somewhere else. Now I've got a little bit of that green on that one, but it'll come out now. And it's just evolving. Yes, she's the Frankie's the dog from Romania. Pamela says, does Frankie pick on him? She's from Romania and she has no English at all. And of course, you realise why isn't she doing as she's told, because she only knows Romanian. But she hasn't been on the streets. Actually, she was actually rescued, but she was kept in a cage for 5 years because she fought with the other dogs. So she was rescued, but then she's been caged up in a small cage. that in a tiny cage, and she's she's an Alsatian with short legs, and Alfie kind of, if anything, if she gets up, he's got funny ears anyway, as most King Charles Spaniels have, and of course the other dogs hasn't got floppy ears like Alfie, and she's obsessed with his ears. So she nips his ears. He squeals like a pig or screams like a baby, and she thinks it's aggressive, so then she starts on him. And that's why, especially when now they're excited, if anything happens, she's that kind of worked up now that she'd like, oh yeah, let's beat Alfie up, it's fun. And he wanted a little sister, and he got a great big bruiser. But he does love Snoopy. Snoopy's the opposite. She just wants a quiet life. She's been in this country a few years. She's been rescued, but she had a home. But she showed signs of aggression near a small child. So unfortunately, she had to be rehomed. And we only fostered her but because it was an emergency. And then she bonded with Alfie that much that we couldn't think it was fair to her to go anywhere. So we ended up with Snoopy Doops as well. So that's why we've ended up with 3 again. But I've always had 3 dogs, really. We've always had 3. Except for when I rescued 5 Alsatian pups. Then we had 1 or 2 more. I don't think she means to pick on him. She loves him, really, but she's just a big bad girl. She can't help herself. And it's only when Alfie squeals. Oops, gone on the wrong colour there. It's only when Alfie squeals his piggy squeal. She thinks it's a sign of aggression, and then it's like World War II, 3. So it's filling up. It's taking its time, but it's filling up. It's okay. And I just clean the brush as I do on my hand because it's fine. Go and get some water going through, and then we want to get rid of all the water, but it's had a bit of a flush. And again, if it's a very strong colour, you're going to get at least 3 colours out of it. So this paper would take a little bit more than the layout paper because this is the squared paper, so it's a bit thicker than the layout paper. But I don't want crinkles, so I'm just being very quiet, kind of calm with it. Oh, just in a boo-boo. Never mind. I thought I would make a mistake at some point, but I did not expect it to be. Although you might not notice it when it's finished. Hopefully. I'll know it's there, but it's not going to bother me. Yes, Pamela, I'm using my Derwent watercolor pencils on a paper palette, and these are the ones that don't go through. So I've put a clip on it because I always flip onto the Inktense, and it's a lot stronger. So this is to keep me there, and because I do that when I'm Bible journaling as well. when you come to my next video, I'm just going to be putting them into here, into a thinner one. And so I've got bigger squares that they'll last me. And that will be to go in this book. Sorry, to go in this this fake Fauxbonochis. Put one colour next to the other colour, like an Egypt, but it's a different orange. Of course, I've forgotten the little tails around the edges. So if I do bigger squares, even though I've only got the Derwent watercolours in them, they're going to last me a long time. So that's going to be quite good. I've used vermilion. I haven't used. I've used Geranium Lake. I've got Rose Magenta. Now this is going to be quite a strong colour, is this one? So, but it does go very pale very quickly. So again, that's quite nice. We've got quite a vivid colour, but then it will disintegrate to be a paler colour. So that's quite nice. And we get some beautiful pinks. I haven't quite got that patchwork. I don't think I've got that patchwork effect, but I probably won't know till I've finished. Alfie's stolen something. I don't know what it is. I'm going to just go and have a look what it is. Just have a mouthful of coffee, guys. Just see what the little rat bag's got. Where are you? Alfie, what are you doing? Alfie, what are you doing? Come on. Come on. I know what you're doing, naughty. Come on up here. I know where you are then. Come on. Up, up. Good boy. Settle down. He'll be destroying something or other. Oh, Miss Maryberry said about Alfie. Yes, but the problem with him is because he's a brassica something or other. And I know a brassica is a vegetable. It's a type of vegetable that grows underground, but they call it brassica something. That's the brain's bigger than the skull. And King Charles Spaniels are, and pugs. That's why the eyes boogle out. And Alfie's got really, really, really googly eyes. They're sticking out on stalks, and that's because it's the brain pushing them out. Because they're just not. They're bred for little faces, little noses, and they don't need that. Pugs can't breathe, but And he's also now, he's 6 or 7 years old, is Alfie, so he's getting old, but his ears are fine. It's just they always have a lot of trouble with their ears, to King Charles Spaniels. But my daughter was doing animal care for a year at uni, and then she went to Bishop Burton for a couple of years, so she can do health checks on cats and dogs. So she got quite far, but she just hated the tutors. They were terrible, so she couldn't stand it anymore. So she's well up on animals. It feels strange not going to the RSPCA because I don't do anything but play with the cat and drink tea, but Samantha cleans the pens out and plays with the cats that come in. In fact, I need to do that much more now. Instead of going and having a cup of tea and a natter, I used to sit in the pen and draw. Again, this is another thing I used to do, just sit in a pen and doodle and stroke a cat with the other hand. So I think I need to get back to doing that when we're allowed out again. But we'll see what happens. That's how I managed. That's how I got Betsy, because Betsy was a very depressed cat. Bless her socks. So I think I've got quite a lot of that colour over there now. So just Alfie's been an Alfie, so I think we'll have a zinc yellow. Alfie Cross. Alfie. Honestly. Do you know something? That's your side of the bed. This is my side of the bed. And this is an empty box. It's so sticky. Oh, they come down. It's like having a toddler. In fact, Felicity isn't this much blooming work. Honestly, he's terrible. He's found. My hubby bought me some wine gums, a box of wine gums, which I managed to keep for a good few days, so that was good. And he's eating the box. There's no wine gums in it. He's just eating the box. Now he's wandering around trying to what else he can do. He's honestly, it's just like having a toddler. We always say that Alfie isn't a dog. He's just a bad child. Now what are you doing? You're digging under there for something. What are you doing now? Oh, you found a... It's in the milk now. It's in my milk carton now. It's got milk in it, Alfie. It's because I'm not paying any attention to him. He's honestly, now he's under the desk, and there's no room for him under the desk. But oh, he's in the bin under the desk. Yes, there he goes. Alfie. Oh, do you know something? I have a footstool that was handmade, and I think it was an auction or something at the Abbey, and it's absolutely beautiful and it's immaculate. And I have it up here because it was getting trashed downstairs. He's sat on that under the table, so now I can't put my legs up and rest my legs now. He knows what he's doing. He's just honestly, he's worse than, I mean, Felicity's not in this much trouble. I made a bit of a boo-boo there, but I can live with that. So I think it's taken me about an hour to do this. But again, it's quite therapeutic. It's not the usual thing I like to do, but it was the shape I decided to use. So it's he is, Pamela. Nobody believes how naughty he is. When I was downstairs, he used to do his poop dance. And it's quite funny because Suzanne used to be, one of the ladies used to say, he's doing his dance again. And yeah, right next to me. But I was streaming live, so I couldn't do anything. And he's just a bad puppy. In fact, he was so naughty, we went out to clap at 8 o'clock. And normally I clap upstairs, but I did actually go near the girls, which I regretted because I've had a sore throat ever since. And I managed to get downstairs and clap outside the front door. And Alfie obviously was in my room. So he came downstairs as well. And we just put him in the lounge so that he couldn't get out the front door. And we clapped. And he'd done a poop and a wee on the floor in the dining room. Luckily, it's a bunny room, so it didn't matter. But it just like that. And we left him for 30 seconds. That's because we were outside clapping the NHS instead of clapping the Alfie. He just is a real bad boy. He knows we're talking about him as well. It's just, I keep saying I'm going to ship him off to Suzanne. I'm going to please look after this bear, and cross bear out and put Alfie. And put him in a crate and send him to Peru. I quite like that, actually. It's growing on me. It's quite nice. I like it. And not normally my colours, but oh, you have a Henry that's like that? Yeah, he's a bad puppy. He's a bad puppy. It's a good job we love him, though, because he's a rat bag. He's been through about 30, 40 pairs of knickers. He's been through about 10 pairs of jeans. He's now gone on to bras. Just, he hasn't done it recently because we've got him upstairs. He's in my room, so. But he's made little teeth marks in all the doors, and where there's a door, he's dug and dug and dug, and then he's made teeth marks. So he's got little handles. So he's got little handles, so he can open every door. He can open every door, and we've put bolts on, and it just, you can't decorate because everything's just the. So he's yeah, he's not the best boy, but then he looks at it and you think, oh, bless him. This is what he looks like. He's still sitting on there, and he's moving his head to tickle the legs because he knows I can't stand it. That's him on a good day. That's what he looks like. An absolute angel, but he isn't. He's a little sausage. You see his eyes are bulging. His eyes are bulging. I don't think. That was the first attempt. I think this one shows his eyes bulging more. This is my second attempt at drawing Alfie Doodles. Gosh, where is he? And you see that eye, they are really, they're like marbles. They are sticking out. He really is. He looks absolutely gorgeous, but he's a sausage. He really is a bad sausage. He's a bad boy. He's a bad boy. But he does look like that. Can you get down off there, please? Get down. Thank you. Thank you. Now he's going to do something else naughty now because he just can't help himself. Oh, I've got a bit of yellow on there. Just get rid of that yellow. So I hope everybody's keeping safe and colouring. Keep calm and colour. That's the order of the day. So let's see if we can. Oh, that's a bit strong, but it'll be fine, I suppose. It's filled up a lot faster than I thought it was at first. I thought, oh my God, this is going to be so boring and take ages. Apologies if it's boring, guys. Just fast forward. Now he's sneezing now. He's pretending he's got a sniffle. We're going to have a bark in a minute. He's going to start barking and he won't stop until I let him downstairs. So apologies in advance because he's obviously bored and I'm not on the bed stroking him. So there we go. Moaning Myrtle, and now we're going to have the bark. He's just like a child. There we go. There we go. And because I'm ignoring him, he's going to bark. In a minute, he's going to jump up. He's going to bark. He's not going to stop. He's not going to stop, guys. He will not stop. Do you want to go out? Is that what you want? Okay, we'll get Daddy to come and get you, shall we? You want to say hello? Is that what you want to do? Ow. Is that what you want to do? Okay, off we go. Off we go. Off we go. Oh, sorry about that. He's gone downstairs, he's opened the door, and then he's run back upstairs again. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, but he's come back upstairs again now. He doesn't want to go. He doesn't want to go out. He just wants to be naughty. So he's run downstairs. He's pushed the door open like a bull in a china shop, and then he's turned around and run back upstairs again. And that's because he's bored. He's just like a toddler, and he's bad. There's no other word for him. Right, so I kind of like that, actually. I kind of like that. I think I might want I think I want probably a darker blue. So, oops, forget the plastic. And that's why I've put the you need a photo frame, because if you had to cut all the plastic to match, oh, it'd be such a pain, when you can buy the photo frames and they're not very expensive. So that's why I say don't use acetate. Buy a cheap photo frame, or not too cheap, but the Paper Chase ones are $3.50, and they're quite nice. to use. So hubby's in the attic sorting his photographs out because he's got thousands of photographs. He used to sell his train photographs at the model railway show. So he has thousands and thousands of photographs. Again, this is really therapeutic, even though if you've got an outfit, it is therapeutic. You might want to murder the little sausage. And this little brush can get into some tiny spaces as well. I really like this brush. It can really get into some little spaces. Now, I'm not very comfortable because I've got that ridge here. This is a ridge on the desk. So I should probably get a bit more comfortable, but it's fine. It'll do. And I've really just gone that way, so I've got to try and keep the same way if I can do. So thanks for joining me, guys. Thanks for watching on YouTube. If you want to see anything else in particular, let me know. I kind of like that. I don't know what on earth I'm going to do in the middle. Probably do the same thing in the middle, actually. Maybe I should have gone in the middle as well. Got different green now, so can fill those spare colours in. So I think it takes about an hour, guys. So what time is it now? Oh, my time's gone. My time's gone. Am I not live? Oh. Am I not live anymore? Ah, interesting. Oh, I am still live. Ah, there it is. It's come back. Sorry about that. I just got, I thought I'd gone off. That was a bit strange. So that was quite a big space to do. And at first I thought, oh my goodness, it might not work. But I think I've managed to get away with it. I think it's okay. I need some brighter colours down here. Still got some. Oops. So lots of little tiny squares that I will have missed. That oops, that's the wrong one. But there's something quite nice, isn't there? Something quite nice and quiet about this way, which is, I say, is really good. And you know, I did do this in hospital when it was really important to keep calm, and it did work rather well. So I know that it does work. And if ever we need to keep occupied and calm, this is one of them. So I've obviously kind of missed some, but I kind of like that. And now I'm going to do the middle. I think I'm going to do the middle now. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Thank you. I'm going to do the middle now. So I'll start with the green. And because I think that's going to make the patterns stand out more. And I've got 3 windows open. Oh, I've got to show you the birdies. That's one thing I didn't. I managed to get, although most of them had gone in. I did manage to get a photograph of the birdies. See if it will come up. So when we get all this chirping at tea time, I don't know if you can see that. So this had about 20 birds in. There's quite a few at this side. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 there. There's one there. There's one in there, but the whole hedge is alive. So one there, one there, one there, and they sit, and there's all this chirping going on, and then all of a sudden they'll disappear. And there's one there, and it's like I say, you know, the budge up, budge up, budge up. There we go. There's just so many of them, and they all sit. They all sit until they're all in the hedge. This tree was full, but when, of course, I went to take a photograph, this is what you can see all night. You can just see all these little birds. There's about 6 little birds here. I don't know if you can see them all. And there's hundreds and hundreds of them. And this is a 3-foot wide hedge. It's about 6, 7 foot, 8 foot tall. And they just keep bobbing in and bobbing in and keep going and keep going. And there's thousands, there must be 100 birds in there. Must be. And that's all they do for about an hour. The tweet, 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 tweet. And then they just kind of, it's like shove up, shove up. You see, he's gone in now. And they'll go shove up, he'll go in now. And that's what they do. And they all just disappear in the hedge. And that's what they do, that they just, oops, yeah, that's what they do. You see, they're here, look, and they're all waiting, and they're in, and they keep waiting, and then they bob on, and then they catch it, go shove up, shove up, shove up. There's another one there, where little fat birds, and it's like shove up, and then eventually all these birds here, they will all disappear into the hedge, and there's about 10 of them sat on the hedge, and this tree is quite full, and that's what they do. Yes, they sleep there all night. And then the worst thing is there's another yellow hedge here, and the same things happen. This is my buddleia tree. Well, my buddleia tree is massive. It's taller than the house nearly. I let them grow to trees, and so I have the yellow hedge doing it as well. Oh, that make you sick. Sorry, guys. But yeah, there's just so many of them, and they just keep going. But it's so funny that they start quite early. There's about 10 on the top there. They start quite early, and then it's non-stop, shift up, and it goes on and on and on until the last few bob in, and you think there can't be any more going in, but they still go in. So there's one just going in there, and it's obviously like they're waiting. They take it in turns to go in. And when I was doing the bird watch, to counting them, it says, "Oh, be careful, you're counting them over again." I went, "I'm not." So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are the big fat ones. The fledglings are a quarter the size of this. You can only see the fat ones. You can't see the diddy ones, the little diddy ones. But yeah, that's what they. And we had the same hedge at the other side, and the lady cut it down without asking me. And that was the same, full of birds, because nobody else has got hedges. They're taking them all down. And that's what the chirping is. It's kind of shift up, shift up, shift up. And you can't count them. There are so many of them. You just cannot count them. It's quite magical. I think I've nearly done. Oh, that's the same color. I'm doing the inside now. I forgot. I was doing the inside now. Duh. Right. I do the inside. Sorry guys, did that. Right. So I'll do a couple of different blues now as well. So I might decide to do it that way, do a few blues and a few greens, but this is quite kind of organic. And I've managed not to get too many of one colour, but that's only by fluke. So maybe the trick is to do a couple of each colour. But again, this, you know, it took an hour to draw it, but I wasn't drawing anything else. You know, I got to concentrate. It was all kind of, it was just squares. So my daughter's just doing some scanning. Might be a bit of noise behind me. You see, you might like to do it in just two colours. There's so many people in YC, most hedges and shrubs were removed. Oh, bless. But yeah, the birds find all sorts of places to go. But yeah, it's just, and you can tell they're just all waiting. So whether the little birds go in first, I don't know. It always looks like organized chaos, but if you look, there's all fat birds waiting, you know, the bigger birds rather than the diddy ones. But the little ones start going in earlier, so maybe they have a system. I don't know. I'll have to set up the camera and try and, oh, they've started already. I think I'll have to set up a camera and see if we can see the whole from start to finish, actually, and we can count how many go in. But my neighbour's hens used to climb up. They used to hop. They used to jump into the hedge. That was quite funny. Into a shrub, a tree shrub, and there are all these fat chickens sitting, and it was so funny. So hedges are good things for birdies, and it's a privet. So it's not particularly prickly, but it is a privet, so it's quite dense, and it's evergreen. So maybe that's why. And they like privets. Oh, I've gone outside the line. Oh, piffle, idiot. That's we're talking about birds. But I can get round that later. But yeah, and again, you see using these colours are quite nice as well. So you might want to use blues and greens instead of all the other colours. So there are a lot of variations you can do. So, and this one gets paler and paler, so it gets nicer and nicer. You get quite a few colours. And then we can go for a purple, but I do like blues and greens. They're quite nice colours. And then we can bring in some. All of a sudden the brush will go dry because it's the nature of it. You know, it's been hanging on by grim death with a little bit of colour, a bit of water, and now it wants to drop more. So not every time, but a couple of times it will want a bit of a squeeze. But the trick is not to squeeze it too much. So these colours are as I say, you can do them all different colours. You don't have to do them the same. You can do them all different. And then we'll have Crimson Lake to come in and brighten the whole thing up. You get about 4 squares out of this one, I think. This is where we've got to be a bit careful because we can get a bit too carried away. So maybe better staying in the middle and working out so that we're not in danger of It's still quite pleasant to do this though. It's not really a task. Whereas sometimes when I'm colouring I think, oh, it's got to be perfect and I can't go with the lines, and this is not like that. This is really chilling out therapy. And this is why we're picking off all these darker colours. And you can put it right next to the same one and it will not look the same. So again, that's quite good. Oh, I've done that again. Done the wrong one again. Never mind, I've got something to rectify that, I think. So So that's the real one. Oh, just fill that in. It's 2 mistakes. I'm not doing very well now, am I? Honestly, that's what I should have said before. Right. Right. That's not good, but never mind. I can rectify that, I think. Never mind. I've made a big boo-boo there, but I might be able to do that. So let's have a look. I quite like that as it is, but I think it needs a bit of and oops, in here I have a black. I think I have a black marker that's actually a bit stronger than that one. This one is the V5 one. I don't know. I think that one is. I did have a couple of these, so I've been going through all the pens. And I have gone through the pens, so a lot of these will not go through. Just want a bit of a thicker black. Like a. Let me just try this one on a scrap of paper. Turn it over. No, shows through but doesn't go through. So I think I can use a pencil if you wanted, but I just thought a bit thicker marker might have been better. So I do not want it to go through. It's going through, so I'm not happy with that. Yeah, because I don't want to spoil my butterfly page. Oopsie, I don't know what's happened with that. Right, so that's going through, so I'm not happy with that. This one, I don't think this one does. Let me just test it. Just have a look. No, that one doesn't go through. So unless I do it kind of gently, I don't know how to do it. This one I think might go through. This is the Derwent one. Yeah, so I've got to be a bit careful because that's going to show through and it's not going to be good. So I might just have to do that one. If I'd have gone round it with a thicker line, I wouldn't have made any mistakes. So maybe that's the trick, is to go around it and then you've got a better understanding of where you're going. So perhaps that would have been better. Yeah, you can't see this one. So maybe that's better. Yes, Pamela says they can hide from birds of prey and cats. Unfortunately, our cat's a rat bag. She's a real rat bag. Now, seeing as I do have a thicker rotary pen, I think the order of the day is to put ink in the thicker ones and use the thicker ones. I only use the fine 0.25. So maybe that's the answer. Oops, made a boo-boo there as well. Maybe that's the answer. So I've got rid of that one now. I don't want to put a mark on there, so I'm just going to put that there. So if you do make a boo-boo, can you can do that. And we can fill that in. Now, I don't normally like to fill things in like that, but as soon as I dropped a boo-boo, and I'll go back in and do it neater just to show you. And that one. And that one. So you can retrieve it if you drop a boo-boo. See, I will go back and neaten that up at a better day, because that would be so boring. But it haven't spoilt it. I've just kind of redone it a bit. So if you do that one first, we know that this is the one. Okay. You do have to concentrate a little bit now because we don't want to make another boo-boo. So it's that one. And then it's that one. It's that one. That one. And that one. That one. That one. That one. So that's that row. So once we've filled all that in, it should look okay. And I've saved it, and it's not gone through. So these pens don't ghost on that. They ghost on the thin one. But the rotary pen doesn't. It shows through, but it doesn't go through. So I shall go back to my larger rotary pens, and which I have just had a huge handful, and fill them with paint ink. So let's have a look at that one. I think that's dried up, that one. That one. That's ready for some ink too. There's a little ball bearing that you can hear. That's what I'm flicking for. Oh no, that's 0.18. That's a very fine one, that one. That's finer than a 0.25. So I thought I did. This is white. Oh, it was white. I've redone it now. Yeah, I've got white in that one. So I love the rotary pens because they don't go through or bleed through. Now, I don't know if they do that on the Fauxbonochis, but they definitely don't go through the They don't go through a Bible page, and they don't go through the layout paper. And this is the inks, the Rotring Rotring paint, Rotring. I've got red and blue and black and white. I don't know what possessed me to buy white, but I think if you draw on a black background, it's good. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Thank you. So I've dropped a boo-boo and I've pulled that tab, so I'm going to have to kind of stick that somehow. But I think if I put double-sided tape on this side, it's going to hold that together. So I might have to do that. I love the fact that I've repurposed my huge 2-inch rings with my washi, so I could get a little bit more on here as well. So I'm quite impressed with that. Really like that. It's going to be a bit sharp underneath until I can get a hubby to pull these off. And then I'll put some, when he's take these off for me, because this was the Franklin Covey one, and it's if you can see, it's an Allen key, so they should screw off. And then I'll be able to just put some black tape on the back, and it's not too scratchy, but it is a bit. So, but I'm so impressed. If you haven't got a lot of washi, oh, I've got some thin sellotape. No. I need some thin tape. I wonder if I could. Oh, I don't really want to put washi tape on there. I don't really want to put washi tape. But that's got little hearts on it, and it matches. The colours match. So I don't really like it, but it will do the job. So I'm not very good with washi. I've not played about with it so much. So if I match that up and that up and that up, and then, oh, she brought the scissors back, bless her. So this might be the one with the washi tape then. As I say, I don't like washi, but it has matched it up. And it's just protected that not all of them, but some of them, because they've got this the pages would have been short if I hadn't have done that, but I'll watch next time and get non-perforated. So that means when I fold it in half, it'll be exactly A4. But I made it for practically nothing. This it would have been even if I'd have bought the thing, it would have been, if I'd have bought the lined paper for £1.99, it would have made this page. I would have done it so the photocopy paper, you wouldn't have missed these pages. So each page, I've got 1,200, and I think it's every other. So if you look on this is a signature. So we've got, oh sorry, this is layout paper, beg your pardon. The other one, that might take a bit more of a batting actually, but the other one didn't cost much more either. I would think. So yeah, I messed it up a bit, but it's fine. I'm going to mess pages up. I didn't want to mess them up in here. And obviously if you're doing it on your own, you're not on camera, you're not going to mess it up, but it's different. It'll do. I can black all those out as well, which if I got a marker, I probably would. I'm just not looking in the right place. I have moved a lot of things around. I've moved a lot of things around. I could fill it with definitely with this paint that's got white on it, because that's what that tag means. I don't think I filled many more. one of them is filled with, let's see if we can find one. Oh, now that's a chunky one. So again, get a bit of paper to practice. Now this one I've watered down a bit, but that would be brilliant for a highlight. And again, it's Indian ink. It shows through, but it doesn't go through. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Thank you. But you must make sure, if you do that with your ring binders, this one came out of here, the Covey one. You must make sure that you get rid of this because it's sharp. So these stick out, these. So I want these off. But there's no point doing that because that's just turning round, I think. Oh, wait a minute. I might be mistaken. Oh, wait a minute. There doesn't seem to be anything happening. I don't think they're coming up. Oh, might be. Let's have a look. We might look. I can't see it. No, it's not moving much. My hands hurt, so I really need to get. I could do it, but then I won't be able to draw for a few days, so I'd rather not. I can't see that going round. Oh, it is now. Yeah, it's going round. See, it's going round, so it's not coming out. And I need a little. I think that would do it. Sometimes you can be really lucky, and something will hold it. You can do this before you put your washi tape on, though. Oh, now that's really lucky that scissor. That scissor actually fits. So if I can, I said I've broken this once. If I just do that, open up. You know you want to. So if I can trap. My hands do not work, guys. So this looks really silly. But if you can trap that one. You might trash your scissors. I do have a set of Allen keys somewhere, but so I think that is a screw one, whereas all my other ones haven't been screwed ones, they're push ones. But that is a screw one, so it might come out. I mean, I don't know if I can. I did break the other ones off, but I don't know with this one because it has a screw mechanism. So in theory, we could use that screw mechanism because it's going round. But I'll fiddle with that off camera because I've got lots of Allen keys, sets of Allen keys downstairs. So I'm better doing that than trashing the scissors. But most of them, you can kind of bend them off and they'll break. But that's what came out of this Covey because I wanted it for my Fauxbonochis. That's the other thing I was going to do. So this has been a 4-hour video, guys, so I'm going to make myself another cup of coffee because it's gone cold, and then I'll come back and I think I'm going to I'll start and show you how to make a photo album into a watercolor page book, and I'll move the milk because Alfie's gone now. So thanks for watching, guys. Hope everybody's having a pleasant afternoon. I think I might have to do that with that one. So I did a little bit of ghosting, not quite enough to get upset about, but I quite like that page. It's very bright. It's not like me, but it was just to give you an indication that we can do a pale one, or we can play with black and white. And this is the experimenting one. This is the one that I want to do a page a day. So obviously it's the 6th today, so I need to do that one. So I will be doing this one, and probably 7 as well, because as I say, what I want to do is I want to go do as many doodles and layouts as I can. That means that the more I do now, when I get back to normal days, I can still carry on with this book and it's ready for me to do. I'll just come to this page and do the doodles and colour in, and then I'm away. I think I like the idea of oh, I did the same with that one. Look, I've done that one already. It's the middle that I need to do. I think I'll do the middle and then I'll leave it black and white, I think, because it looks quite striking black and white. And I'll fill my rotring isographs, and then you'll be able to see them, the thicker ones, that they don't go through. And some things look nice with a border and some don't. So it'll be interesting to find out. This is my fave pen, this 0.25. So I use it all the time because I do know it does not go through. And I can draw with it and it doesn't go through. So I like that. And that's both layout paper and the layout paper, which is a lot thinner. It shows through, but it doesn't go through. So it means I can draw on the other side. But most of the time I quite like using the squares, because that's where I got the squares for this one from here. I used it as a template. You can see them through. And I also made a thicker one that we could see through as well. But I think I'm going to have to save that. I might use my invisible tape for that. I have got now another few inches in here, so I'm quite happy to do that. So for this, I do need it in the exactly the same place. So I just have to pick that up. Luckily, it doesn't tear this. So I'll reposition this. And then I can fold that over. And I've just saved it. You can't really see it because that's why it's called invisible tape. But that's the Scotch one. That's the magic one. So that's the one that's a bit more expensive. I have found a cheaper one, but this one's it's on its little thing. So I've left it on there. Now I need the scissors. Scissors. I do have a pair of small scissors in there. I have just used the scissors somewhere. So when it comes to this one, I've drawn one over the top and you can see the lines so much better now. I think I'm going to try and get a laminator, because I think a laminator is going to be quite easy for me to do. But color wise, the watercolor pencils, you can see some of those are quite strong colors, but there's nothing, hardly anything through there. So I'm quite impressed with that. Just need to find the scissors. but I think I'll use the Dizzy ones because they are, these are not the tiny ones. And what you should really do with that, I think, is give it a good I don't have my bone folder near me, so that's quite nice. I've got a little bit of a kink on there, but it's not going to show. So thanks for watching, guys. I hope you have a pleasant afternoon, and I'm going to come back hopefully in the next video and show how to make my watercolor book. But that's what I've used today in my little watercolor book. So thanks for watching. Have a lovely afternoon, and hopefully the next video should be making one of these to go in one of these. So thanks, guys. Have a lovely afternoon, morning or evening, depending where on the planet, and stay safe. Keep coloring.